Okay, good morning everyone and welcome to the hearing sessions on the Sheffield plan. Can I just check that everyone can hear at the back? Thank you. My name is Katie Child. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and a Planning Inspector. And myself, along with my colleagues David Troy and Rosie Morgan, have been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold the examination into the soundness of the Sheffield plan. My colleagues will not be at the table today with me, but they are sitting at the back and will be there for part of the day. The examination is based on the draft version of the plan before us, which was published in January 23 and sets out the Council's strategy for growth and development in Sheffield between 22 and 2039. Our role is to examine the plan and determine whether it's legally compliant and soundly based as defined in the National Planning Policy Framework. As part of this, we will be taking account of all written representations in front of us, all the written evidence, and also taking account of all verbal submissions at the hearing sessions themselves. So the hearing session today will cover overall housing need and requirement, and then we'll move on to gypsy and travellers and travelling show people accommodation needs. So before we get to the main agenda, I have a few usual practicalities to run through. Just take me a few minutes. Firstly, just to remind everyone that we are being live streamed and filmed on the Council's YouTube channel. So welcome to anyone who happens to be watching today. Secondly, we have Ian Kemp at the back, who is the Programme Officer. He's responsible for the practical arrangements for the sessions. So if you have any practical questions during the day, then please see Ian. Can I check that everyone has a copy of the agenda in front of them? I have to say that if you are intending to film or record the session and share images online with others, please be aware that you will be responsible for complying with relevant data protection legislation. Can I remind everyone to turn off mobile phones or put them to silent? And I'll now turn to the Council to talk through any fire alarm procedures or any other practical matters. Thank you.
Yes, you'll be pleased to know there is no fire alarm test this morning. So in the event of a fire alarm, please exit through the door which you entered and follow council staff down the stairs to Union Street. Please do not use the lifts. If you have any access requirements, please let us know, as refuge and evacuation facilities are available. As the Inspector mentioned, the event is being live streamed. The audience will not be recorded, but if you wish to ensure privacy, the two back rows will be completely out of view of the cameras. During sessions, please, can those people not participating please keep noise levels to a minimum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a few words then in terms of how the session will run. So I think probably people around the table are fairly familiar with the format. It's obviously a structured discussion based on the agenda before us, and it's an opportunity for myself to find out more about the matters on the agenda, and also obviously an opportunity for yourselves to comment and express your views. I think most of the questions I have today are probably aimed firstly at the Council, but there'll be plenty of opportunity for others around the table to come in and make your responses known. But obviously, if you wish to come in at any point during a particular discussion, then please place your nameplate on its end in the usual way, and I'll bring you into the discussion as soon as I can. And just a reminder, when you come to speak, if you could press the button at the bottom to speak, and then remember to turn it off afterwards, and obviously put your nameplate down as well. We've got a fairly full agenda today, so it would be appreciated if you could keep your points fairly focused and short. I've read all the representations and the hearing statements, so there's no need to repeat everything, but you may just wish to highlight key points that you have. During the session, we may discuss potential changes to the plan, and we have asked the Council to keep a running list of potential main modifications and also actions that arise from each hearing session. Just a reminder that no further written submissions or evidence should be submitted at this stage unless it's something that the inspectors specifically request. So in terms of the timings for today, I anticipate that the issue on housing need and requirement will probably take up most of the morning. And I would hope to be finished by lunchtime on that matter. And then we can move on to the Gypsy and Traveller session after that. So I haven't set a particular time for the lunch or a time for the start of the Gypsy and Traveller session, because it would just be myself and the council for that issue. So obviously, when we get to that stage in the agenda, everyone else is obviously very welcome to leave. You're welcome to stay if you wish, but I'm anticipating that the rest of you may be leaving at that stage. We will be taking a mid-morning break at some point, and also a mid-afternoon break at some stage as well. Okay, so before we start the main agenda then, if we could go around the table, and if you could please say your name and your organisation where relevant. And starting on my right with the council, please.
Simon Vincent, I'm Strategic Planning Service Manager at Sheffield City Council.
My name's Miss Sarah Reid, REID, King's Council. I'm assisting the local authority.
Ellie Roden, Principal Planning Officer at Sheffield City Council.
Laura Stevens, Local Plan Team Lead at the Council.
Paul McColgan, ICNE Projects on behalf of Sheffield City Council.
Justin Gardner, also on behalf of Sheffield City Council, involved in preparation of the Housing Economic Demographic paper.
Good morning, Rachel Martin, ID Planning, representing HFT.
Good morning, Simon Coop from Lichfields on behalf of Commercial Estates Group.
Good morning, my name's James Hobson from JEH Planning, representing the Fitzwilliam Wentworth Estate.
Good morning, Matthew Good from Pegasus Group, here on behalf of Avant Homes.
Good morning, Adam Key from Planning Director at Savills on behalf of Norfolk Estates.
Good morning all, my name's Mark Edgley, I work for Boyer Planning and we're here on behalf of Barrett David Wilson Homes. Sorry, Edgley, Mark Edgley, thank you.
Roland Bolton here, DLP Planning here on behalf of Hallam Land Management and Inspired Villages.
Morning, Ma'am. Andrew Rose from Sporforth, representing Strata Homes.
Morning, Joanne Harding from the Home Builders Federation.
Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, and finally, if you've got any practical questions about how the hearing session will run, I hear those now. No? Okay. Right, in that case, we'll move on to the main agenda then for today. So before we begin, just a quick overview then of the Council's position, and really just to clarify what I'd like to discuss today and what information I'm looking for from the various parties around the table. The Council's evidence indicates that they accept that the government's standard methodology figure is their objectively assessed housing need, but they consider that there are particular reasons in Sheffield which justify not meeting the housing need figure in its entirety. So the Council's put forward a housing requirement figure which is significantly lower. They have sought to justify this with reference to paragraph 11b(1) in the NPPF, which indicates that strategic policies should provide for an objectively assessed need as a minimum unless there are strong reasons relating to the protection of area or assets of importance. That's including the Greenbelt. They've also referred to paragraph 140 in the NPPF, which states that Greenbelt boundaries should only be altered where exceptional circumstances are demonstrated. So that's a quick overview of the Council's position, but no doubt they might correct me if I'm wrong on that, but we'll come to that later in the agenda. So in terms of what I'd like to focus on today, starting off on the agenda, items 2, 3 and 4, is just to confirm some key facts and figures and clarify some policy in the NPPF. It's just to check my understanding of those, really, because I want to be clear on that, because that will obviously inform our later discussion during the morning. We will then move on to the main area for discussion today, which is the Council's justification for putting forward a housing requirement figure which is lower than the standard methodology figure, and for selecting the specific figure of 35,530 dwellings. So that's under items 5 to 8 in the agenda. And as part of this, I'd like to look at what the Council's strong reasons are for restricting the scale of development in Sheffield and not releasing greenbelt land. And as part of this, I'd like to explore what the Council's evidence shows on the value of the greenbelt, as evidenced in the Greenbelt Review, and then other reasons for not releasing greenbelt land and restricting the scale of development in the city, as referred to in the Council's hearing statements. Then we'll move on to look at what the figure of 35,000 dwellings is based on and justification for this rate. And then under item 9, we'll look at the implications of not meeting this need and dealing with the shortfall. So if you have any other issues then that are not covered under items 2 to 9, if I could ask you to raise those under item 10, any other matters. So I have a number of questions for the Council under each of these headings, but I will be looking for participants to make your points. And I know quite a few of you have objections to the Council's selected housing requirement figure and will wish to speak. So what I'd particularly like to understand from you around the table really is, firstly, why you consider the Council's housing requirement figure is unsound, and secondly, what housing requirement figure you think should be applied instead. So moving on then to item number 2, and this is the calculation of the local housing need figure based on the standard methodology. So I think there are 2 recent figures, aren't there, before us, which the Council has supplied. Firstly, there's the figure from 2022, which effectively, I guess, is when the draft plan was first published, a figure of 3,018. And then there's a more up-to-date figure from 2023, which is 3,038 dwellings per annum, which effectively is nearer to the date when the plan was submitted. Could I just check the Council's views, please, on which of those 2 figures you think should apply?
Yep, thank you. So we can confirm that the figure that we are proposing is 3... Sorry, my screen's just gone off. It's all right. Give me 1 second. So the minimum number of new homes needed per annum as calculated using the standard method, including the cities and urban centres uplift, is the 3,038 net additional homes at the point of submission, but as you set out slightly later in 2023. And that's set out in exam document 3C, paragraph 2.2. So just to confirm, the calculation follows the methodology set out in the PPG, paragraph 4, reference 2A. And also just to be clear that the affordability ratio was 6.18 based on the median affordability ratio published by the ONS on the 22nd of March 2023. And we've set this out also in our written statement 3/1, paragraph 3.11.
Thank you for confirming that. Does anyone around the table wish to comment on the workings and the figure quoted by the Council? Okay. Thank you. Then moving on to the next item, which is the gross and net housing requirement figure. Obviously, in the policy SP1, you set out a gross figure. I just wanted to double check with the Council what your net housing requirement figure is. So the total and the annual rate, please.
Yes, certainly. So the net housing requirement figure is 2,040 homes per year, and over 17 years from 2022 to 2039, that's 34,680 homes. And as we set out in our written statement 3, paragraph 3.62, the gross requirement, which is 2,090 homes, that includes an allowance of 50 homes per year to compensate for losses each year. And we've set that out further in our response to Matter 18.
Okay, thank you very much. Obviously, in policy SP1, it's the gross figure, isn't it, rather than a net figure. Was there a particular reason that you had the gross figure in there? Because obviously, monitoring tends to be based on net, and obviously there's a link between the standard methodology as well, which is a net figure.
I can come in on that one. The reason that we've presented it as a gross figure rather than a net figure is because that's the number of actual homes that need to be built and the amount of land, excuse me, that needs to be capacity found for to deliver those number of homes. If we put in the net figure only, that would be disingenuous because it wouldn't show the full amount of land we would need to be finding.
One thing I was going to suggest actually is I appreciate your points, and obviously you've got an urban capacity based figure, haven't you? So I can understand in that context perhaps why you have a gross figure, but it's quite useful, I think, for monitoring purposes to have a net figure somewhere. And I don't think there was any. I couldn't spot anything anyway in the supporting text. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I couldn't see a net figure in there. Even if it's not in the policy, I think something within the plan confirming what that net figure is would be quite useful. Is that something that you could do through the main modification stage?
Yes, we're able to do that. And you're correct, it's not set out currently.
Thank you. And obviously that's dependent on if I find the housing requirement figure to be sound, but if you could add that as a potential main modification to the running list. Thank you. Okay, moving on then to item 4, which is just the clarification regarding key paragraphs in national policy which are relevant to the council's case. If I could just double check with the council. So you are accepting that the standard methodology figure is your overall need figure, and then I assume you're mainly seeking to rely on paragraph 11B1 in the NPPF, is that correct?
Ma'am, it is. Would it just help if I ran through the relevant policies of the framework? A number of people making representations have said, well, there's not an exceptional reason to depart from the standard method. Para 61 of the framework sets out that to determine the minimum number of homes needed, strategic policy should be informed by LHN, conducted using the standard method, unless exceptional circumstances justify an alternative approach. To be clear, the Council is not saying that there are exceptional reasons to justify an alternative approach, and in terms of need, it accepts the standard methodology as we've already indicated. In terms of the framework, Para 66 sets out that strategic policy making authorities should establish a housing requirement figure for their whole area, which shows the extent to which their identified housing need can be met over the plan period. So a distinction there between the housing need figure and the housing requirement figure. And that is also confirmed in paragraph 002 of the PPG, which sets out that the standard method set out below identifies a minimum annual housing need figure. It does not produce a housing requirement figure. So I just wanted to be clear at the outset in terms of that, because I think, Mum, you asked at the beginning whether your understanding was correct, and it is. The Council is putting forward a capacity-led requirement figure, but it accepts the housing need figure to be calculated in accordance with the standard methodology. Paragraph, just turning back to the framework, paragraph 20 of the framework sets out that strategic policies should set out an overall strategy for the pattern, scale and design quality of places and make sufficient provision for housing, including affordable housing. Sufficient provision it is defined in footnote 13 as being in line with the presumption in favour of sustainable development. So whether a plan makes sufficient provision for housing is determined by looking at paragraph 11 of the framework and the presumption in favour within paragraph 11. So turning to paragraph 11 of the framework, plans should apply a presumption in favour of sustainable development. There are two parts of that. The first part requires plans to promote a sustainable pattern of development that seeks to, I'm not going to read it all out, but that's also part of the presumption, so we also need to have regard to that part. But then B, strategic policy should, as a minimum, provide for objectively assessed needs for housing and other uses, as well as any needs that can't be met in neighbourhood areas, unless A, small I, the application of policies in this framework that protect areas or assets of particular importance provide a strong reason for restricting the overall scale, type or distribution of development in the plan area. And footnote 7 indicates that that includes policies relating to the green belt. So this is the situation that the local authority says it is in here. The application of policies in the area that protect the green belt provide a strong reason for restriction, effectively. And that is why the housing requirement figure is lower than the objectively assessed need figure as represented by the standard methodology. Now, in terms of how one looks at that issue, is there a strong reason for restricting, which again, Mum, was one of the points you raised in the opening comments. One has to look at what the Greenbelt policies say, and in that respect, if we just turn them up. So first, para 137 of the framework. And it's important, so we're going to look at exceptional circumstance and so on, but just to put this in context, the government attaches great importance to green belts. The fundamental aim of green belt policy is to prevent urban sprawl by keeping land permanently open. The essential characteristics of green belts are their openness and their permanence. Para 138, and no doubt we'll return to these in terms of the Council's approach later, but the 5 purposes of including land in the green belt, a note, just pausing to note in particular, one of those purposes, E, is to assist in urban regeneration by encouraging the recycling of derelict and other urban land. And para 40, once established, greenbelt boundaries should only be altered where exceptional circumstances are fully evidenced and justified through the preparation or updating of plans. So, I mean, just pausing there, the framework is clear as to the importance that the government places on green belts, their permanence, and boundaries should only be altered where there are exceptional circumstances that are fully evidenced and justified for the release of green belt land. And that really is I think, the crux of the issue here. The relevant question is, are there exceptional circumstances that are fully evidenced and justified that lead to the requirement for the release of greenbelt land? If there are not, then the policies in the framework provide a strong reason for restricting development in the way that we've set out. And just in terms of a few other paragraphs that again will no doubt be referred to in the framework, para 141, before concluding that exceptional circumstances exist to justify changes to greenbelt boundaries, the strategic policy making authority should be able to demonstrate that it has examined fully all other reasonable options for meeting its identified need for development. This will be assessed through the examination of its strategic policies, which will take into account the preceding paragraph, and whether the strategy, A, makes as much use of, as possible of suitable brownfield sites and underutilised land, B, optimises density, I'm not going to read it all out, but and C, the point about being informed by discussions with neighbouring authorities. And then 142, where reviewing greenbelt boundaries, the need to promote sustainable patterns of development should be taken into account. Strategic policy making authorities should consider the consequences for sustainable development of channeling development towards urban areas inside the greenbelt boundary. Just pausing there, that obviously links back to the point earlier about the purposes of including land in the greenbelt, and in particular purpose E. So again, I'm sure we'll turn on to those issues in the context of Sheffield later. We also just note para 145 of the framework. This is a paragraph that relates to the position that once greenbelts have defined, local authorities should plan positively to enhance their beneficial use, such as looking for opportunities to provide access, outdoor sport and recreation, retain and enhance landscapes, visual amenity and biodiversity, or to improve damaged and derelict land. I mean, just to be clear, we accept that those aren't purposes of including land in the greenbelt, but they are additional functions that the greenbelt, positive functions that the greenbelt can fulfil. And again, I'm sure we'll turn back to that later in the context of Sheffield. I just want to say a few points, if I might, as well, about the 35% uplift and relevant provisions in respect of that. So clearly the urban uplift it forms part of the methodology for assessing LHN as set out in the PPG. And as we've already indicated, Sheffield accepts that it is not meeting its housing need because it is not proposing to go in the green belt, and it could only meet that need by going into the green belt. But in terms of looking at exceptional circumstances and whether there are exceptional circumstances for greenbelt release in that context, the Council considers that it is relevant to look at the purpose of the 35% uplift, because that is relevant to planning consequences. And in that respect, if one turns to the PPG and the section on the cities and urban centres uplift, and the reference is paragraph 035, it sets out that the 35% increase in the number of homes to be delivered in urban areas is expected to be met by the cities and urban centres themselves rather than the surrounding areas, unless it would conflict with national policy and legal obligations. So just pausing there is a recognition in the PPG that applies the 35% uplift, that the expectation that that is to be met by the city applies unless it would conflict with national policy. And I've already set out the relevant national policy in respect of the green belt. And then in considering how need is to be met in the first instance, brownfield and other underutilised urban sites should be prioritised, and on these sites density should be optimised to promote the most efficient use of land. This is to ensure that homes are built in the right places and to make the most of existing infrastructure and to allow people to live nearby the service they rely on, making travel patterns more sustainable. So that gives an indication as to the purpose of the urban uplift, which is to ensure that brownfield capacity is maximised and that the best and most efficient use of land within the urban area is maximised, making the best use of infrastructure and maximising the opportunities for sustainable development. Now, the authority accepts that it is not meeting its housing need in full, but its plan does exactly that in terms of the purposes set out in paragraph 035 of the PPG. And again, we'll turn back into that, no doubt, in more detail later. But just to note as well that those aims and objectives and how those dovetail with purpose E in respect of the protection of the green belt, which purpose E is all about encouraging urban regeneration, effectively redirecting growth back into those areas. And the other point we'd just like to, I don't think it's an examination document, but if it would assist, we could ask for it to be added. I'm just going to try and find it because I've now just lost it. but we'd also, just bear with me a second, just looking for the written ministerial statement. We'd also, have you got a copy? Thank you. Thank you very much. We'd also just, I mean, obviously when that paragraph of the PPG was introduced and the 35% uplift was introduced, it was accompanied by, I'm just working out somebody else's computer, just bear with me a second, there we go. It was accompanied by a written ministerial statement in terms of the purpose of the 35% uplift. And the government said this: there were many consultation responses which did not fully recognise that the standard method does not present a target in plan making, but instead provides a starting point for determining the level of need for housing in the area. It is only after consideration of this, alongside what constraints areas face, such as Greenbelt, and the land that is actually available for development, that the decision on how many homes should be planned for is made. We heard clearly through the consultation that the building of these homes should not come at the expense of harming our precious green spaces, and we also heard views that this need can be better met in existing urban areas. There are good reasons for this. First, our urban centres are best served by existing infrastructure, schools, shops and medical facilities. And second, building more homes in our cities and urban centres will mean making the best use of brownfield land, of which many cities and urban centres continue to have large quantities, and protecting our countryside as much as possible. So all that is really relevant information as to the purpose of the 35% uplift. Sheffield Council's plan, Sheffield says, is meeting those aims and objectives. It is a capacity-led approach that seeks to maximise regeneration and the use of brownfield land and foster sustainable patterns of development. But it was not the purpose of the 35% uplift to require authorities to go into the Greenbelt. And so all of those are relevant points in considering whether there are exceptional reasons for Greenbelt release, and the authority does not think that there are. So, sorry, that was quite a long answer to the question, but hopefully that sets out the relevant policies within the framework and the PPG that we'll refer to as we proceed through.
So could you just give me the reference of that document you were quoting from?
Yes, it's the...
It's a written ministerial statement housing update, statement made on 16th of December 2020, and there's a code with it, UIN HCWS 660, statement made by Robert Jenrick.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, does anyone else around the table wish to comment on the Council's selected policies, national policies that they have just referred to in support of their case? Obviously, we've got quite a lot of discussion on the rest of the agenda, but if you could sort of try and focus really on the National Planning Policy Framework and PPGs, refer to those, please. Sorry, I didn't see who was first, so I'm just going to take it in this order. So, Ms Harding, you're first.
Thank you very much. I think I'm just going to start with paragraph 60 of the NPPF, just as one of the ones that I think is key in terms of what the government are actually asking the council to do, which is significantly boosting the supply of homes, providing sufficient variety of land where it's needed, that meets the needs of groups with specific housing requirements to ensure that they are addressed, and permission is provided without unnecessary delay. And I just think that's a really key policy part of the NPPF that the council have missed out on. In terms of the other paragraphs that the council highlighted, I also think in some cases the HBF don't agree with their interpretation of what they're saying. So, for example, in terms of the Greenbelt boundaries and paragraph 140 and 141, the HBF would just highlight that this is the opportunity for the council to actually be altering the Greenbelt boundaries. They are doing that in one case, so obviously they are suggesting that there are some levels of exceptional circumstances. The HBF consider that the council should have expanded those further, and should have actually looked in terms of what their local housing need is, which they're saying they agree with, in terms of their consideration of the Greenbelt and sites that they could have brought forward to allow for that. In terms of what they were saying in relation to urban regeneration and the NPPF around that, the HBF considered that the council could still have urban regeneration alongside Greenbelt sites. Obviously, they've brought forward allocations in these areas. There's no reason why those allocations can't exist as well. The housing need is so high, almost 1,000 homes per annum, higher than what the council is suggesting. There is no reason why those two can't sit happily alongside each other, bringing forward both that urban regeneration and some level of greenbelt development. The HBF would also highlight that although the council have mentioned about the uplift, their housing requirement that they are suggesting, the 2,040 homes, is still lower than the local housing need before the uplift was added, which is actually 2,251 homes. So they aren't even meeting that need. So the HBF would be questioning where the council have got that 2,040 from, if they're saying that the uplift is that problem. I think I'll be quiet and pass around at that stage, but they were just some of the things I jotted down.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Bolton.
Thank you. For those of us trying to follow it, just a reminder that we're looking at this under the old PPG, so the paragraph references given by Ms Reid relate not to the up-to-date PPG, but the old one, and just so people can follow it. Sorry, I meant framework. Yeah, and I was looking at the framework that this has been examined under. Yes, you were. That's what I'm pointing out. So if anyone's looking at the existing framework, trying to follow it, they won't be able to. So we have, yeah. It's difficult in these things, isn't it? So that was the easy point. And to try and cut through all this, the council's position is that if there are no exceptional circumstances at a strategic level, then their position is correct. They're in accordance with policy. If there are exceptional circumstances, then the paragraphs referred to all allow for greenbelt boundaries to be reassessed in order to deliver sustainable development. And I mean, otherwise, there would be no point of the 35% uplift, because I think virtually all the cities that applies to have greenbelts. There would be no point putting that in, because none of them would be able to meet it. And also experience tells us up and down the country that exceptional circumstances in terms of greenbelt can be demonstrated, and that there are releases to meet need. The neighbouring authority, Rotherham, has exactly the same greenbelt methodology in terms of looking at releases, and has managed to find sites to meet their needs, and also to continue to support urban regeneration, etc., etc. So even on the methodology that the City Council are using, there's a clear indication that exceptional circumstances can exist and greenbelt sites can be found. If we look at, so the focus really, I think, and we've got a problem here because you have got a session on the greenbelt, but I think it's really important here to say that is the crux of the council's position is that as there are no exceptional circumstances, then greenbelt policy applies and trumps everything else. So if you'll forgive me, I think it's worthwhile just pointing out what exceptional circumstances might be the case here. Firstly, we heard yesterday, we know the scale of the need. We know that that's not going to be met. We know that that's not going to be met in the surrounding area. That was agreed yesterday. So you have 1,000 dwellings per year, roughly, slightly under, not being met within the city. I agree that should be met within the city, as the council suggests. The second issue that we'll come on to is the delivery of affordable housing, and you've seen the evidence on that. The third issue is provision for older persons housing, and there's no provision at all in the plan for that. The further issue is provision of family housing, and you've seen the council's own evidence on that, is that their strategies won't provide for family housing. The fifth issue is, in terms of providing for things like affordable housing and family housing, it is better to provide those in the city, within the city boundaries, so that they can key into and lock into existing transport systems, existing schools, etc. And edge of urban sites will do that. So there are a number of reasons why one can argue that exceptional circumstances exist. You know, the real question, I suppose, is why is Sheffield different from the surrounding Greenbelt authorities who found exceptional circumstances? What makes Sheffield different? And I've lived here for a number of years, although the accent doesn't give that away. There are no exceptional circumstances. There are no differences, if you like. And I fully believe that exceptional circumstances exist. But that, if you like, is the key issue that you're looking at here. If you come to the opinion that exceptional circumstances exist at a strategic level, then you need to go into a Greenbelt review. And it is clear from the evidence we heard yesterday that's not been done by the City Council. Thank you.
Yes, we'll be coming to the Greenbelt review under the next item, so thank you for that. Mr. Good.
Thank you, ma'am. I won't reiterate what Mr. Bolton said, because he said it quite eloquently anyway, and it covered most of the issues I was going to say. I think, just in summary, we don't dispute the paragraphs that the council has looked at. In fact, they're reasonable paragraphs to look at when you are considering a plan. Our point is that those haven't been balanced against other paragraphs within the NPPF, which are also need to be considered at the same time. Ms. Howden from the HPF gave you some indications of other paragraphs that are equally as important as the paragraphs the council looked at. Those were not party to their recent explanation. And it's really that key, as Mr. Bolton said. The NPPF wouldn't put in there that there are potentially exceptional circumstances if you shouldn't look for them to see if they were there. And I think that's the big issue for us, ma'am. And throughout our hearing statement and our publication response, we've identified very similar potential exceptional circumstances to which Mr. Bolton went through. And it's that lack of thought about that balancing act that we thought the council should undertake to get to a position where, in our view, there are exceptional circumstances which would lead to certain areas of the Greenbelt being released. We're not saying a wholesale release. We're suggesting, however, they've found exceptional circumstances for one site to be released. Why did they keep it there? Why did they not look further than that? Were there not needs elsewhere, both within the city and some of the principal towns around the city, which also warranted exceptional circumstances to be identified?
Thank you very much. Mr. Coop.
Thank you. Excuse me. I would agree with what Ms. Harding said in respect of urban regeneration and brownfield, and just to add to that, in our view, there is no conflict. Given the scale of need, there's no conflict between the objectives of urban regeneration and the need for greenfield and greenbelt release. The release of greenbelt would not in any way harm or hamper urban regeneration or brownfield sites coming forward, quite simply because the need is so much, you need both. I would also entirely agree with what Mr. Bolton said on Greenbelt release. Our view on that is that the need is such that that constitutes exceptional circumstances, and I'd agree with the other exceptional circumstances that Mr. Bolton referred to. Greenbelt review is part of a local plan, and the NPPF is very clear, or the NPPF against which this plan is being examined is very clear that can happen. And we believe that Greenbelt can be released without harm to the Greenbelt purposes, and no doubt we'll come back to that later today and in the Greenbelt session. Three other very brief points, if I may. It's surprising that given the council accept the standard methodology represents that housing need, it is a matter of some surprise that that figure doesn't appear in the plan. It's very often that there's a figure, the plan will deliver X number of houses in order to meet or contribute towards a need for Y. There is no such reference, and that again suggests kind of a denial of that need. Secondly, we heard reference to positive planning for use for greenbelt. NPPF is very clear in paragraphs, bear with me, 16 and 35 about positive planning in terms of the local plan. And our view is that the approach that's been taken is not positively planned or at all aspirational. And thirdly and finally, if I may, this issue to do with a 35% uplift. As Mr. Bolton said, you know, Sheffield's not exceptional, I'm afraid to say, in terms of this. Pretty much every authority that is subject to a 35% uplift is constrained, and I'm sure that every authority that's subject to a 35% uplift is looking at this examination, and there is indeed a risk that we could open the floodgates here, and we just need to bear in mind the purposes of that, which is to meet the government's overall housing target. And I think, you know, it's not for this local plan examination to adjudicate on the appropriateness of the uplift or the standard methodology. That will clearly happen in time, but not today. But other authorities are looking at this and are watching this, and there is a real threat that we could unwittingly open the floodgates to the 35% being missed everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Edgley?
Thank you. I missed my spot on the way round, but thought I'd jump in. I think, you know, clearly understood the points the council making and talk through the framework, and then also sort of echoing the points from sort of the respondents' side of the table as well. But the one thing that's sort of jumping out at me through this kind of discussion is, yeah, and everyone's sort of picking out different sections of the NPPF, but it is important that the government are really clear the framework should be read as a whole. So here in the council and their approach and how they've guided us through the various policies to get where they are today, it leaves us, and I think probably many on this side of the table, wondering why the council hasn't then gone further. Yeah, I think it's very clear, taking that kind of capacity approach to focus on the sort of urban renewal and regeneration and previously developed land. But when you look at the framework as a whole, there's then them opportunities to go further. You know, by going further, I think they can meet the purposes of that sort of urban renewal and regeneration. But there's also that opportunity to significantly boost housing, build that strong and competitive economy, and provide the necessary infrastructure. So I think the council have missed the opportunity to take that focus on previously developed land, but then also be really positive and proactive in meeting their kind of overall needs. So I think it's important that we remember to read the framework as a whole. I'm sure we all will, and that will happen, and we'll cover various other aspects through the discussions as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bolton.
Just a very quick point. The fundamental basis for the preparation of this plan was that there are no exceptional circumstances at the strategic level. I think if you as a panel of inspectors find that there are exceptional circumstances, I'm afraid that must lead you to the conclusion that the whole plan is unsound and they've got to start again. I don't think it's something that can be rectified by, if you like, doing a review of existing greenbelt sites that have been put forward. You're going to have to ask for a call for sites. If you're going to continue the examination to try and fix it like Mel Middleton did down in Welland Hatfield, but my view would be that it's a fundamental part of the plan is that there are no exceptional circumstances. If there is, it needs to be a different strategy, and this one's unsound.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mum. Yeah, just a couple of quick short points, Mum, because I don't want to repeat what's been said around the table. Clearly, obviously, you asked a question about key paragraphs within the NPPF and whether we agree with them. Well, obviously, we agree with all the paragraphs in the NPPF. And clearly, you can read a lot into them in different ways, depending on what you want to achieve. But clearly, as my colleague down there said, the plan needs to be read as a whole. But I also think that one of the key paragraphs that hasn't been mentioned at the moment is paragraph 8 as well, which talks about achieving sustainable development means that the planning system has 3 overarching objectives which are interdependent and need to be pursued in mutually supportive ways. Clearly here we need to look at a plan that is visionary, a plan that's aspirational. That's what the plan says, and that's what the NPPF says, and that's what plans should actually do. Clearly that goes on to talk about 3 stems, which are about economic objectives, social objectives, and environmental objectives. What you've heard so far is around the environmental objectives, around the green belt, and clearly we can't achieve what the council don't dispute, which is good to hear, which is actually what the standard method and what the local housing need is. The council don't dispute that. They also say that they're not actually looking at a different form of calculation. So my question, which will probably come on later, is what calculation they're actually using. But clearly the overarching objective, I think the environmental objectives that the council have actually looked at in terms of the balance, they've actually not looked at the economic objectives. And clearly we hear about balancing housing and employment. We see what the growth is in terms of economics. We've seen what should be achieved and what in terms of housing to meet housing need, what that should be doing. And the council clearly have actually set out a plan which doesn't meet the employment needs and doesn't meet the housing needs. And therefore what we have here is a plan that is looking to fail, Mum. So I think when we go through your questions, Mum, I think we just need to keep rocking back and looking at what the overall objective actually of the planning system are. And I think that's contained quite well within paragraph 8. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Good, did you have a final point to make? You've got your nameplate up.
I did, Ma'am. It was just a point which I forgot to mention in my previous response. And I won't keep you long because it's written in our hearing statement anyway, but you'll be aware in our Matter 3 response to question 3, we do reference the High Court judgment in terms of the Guildford local plan and how that works and what consideration should be given to exceptional circumstances. And we concur with that judgment and also find that unmet need, particularly of a scale of this size, is such a position where exceptional circumstances could, and in our view, should be found.
Thank you very much. If I just turn to the council, did you wish to respond to anything that was said around the table regarding the paragraphs?
Yes, please. Just in terms of the paragraphs, first of all, reference was made by Ms Howden to paragraph 60 of the framework. Sorry, bear with me. Paragraph 60 talks about it's important that a sufficient amount and variety of land can come forward where it's needed. Mum, you'll recall in my summary of the relevant policies that sufficient is defined by footnote 13 in the framework, and that links back to paragraph 11 of the framework. So that the framework is to be read as a whole. We agree with the representations that have been made in that respect, but in considering whether the plan makes sufficient provision, one has regard to paragraph, well, one asks that question in the context of para 11 of the framework. Second point, reference was made to paragraph 16A of the framework. Plans should be prepared with the objective of contributing to the achievement of sustainable development. Again, that is defined by the presumption in paragraph 11. So again, that question is to be determined by looking at paragraph 11 of the framework, and I've already addressed that. The other point that's been made in general terms is, well, in respect of urban regeneration, that the council could still do that, but could also develop and move out into the green belt to meet its needs. Two points just to reiterate in terms of that. The first is that I've already set out the position in terms of the 35% uplift. And just remember that the 35% uplift is a policy uplift that is added on to effectively the demographic projection. And the purpose of that was to encourage and maximise urban regeneration potential, which the council says its plan does. The second point, though, in terms of, well, you could still maximise urban regeneration and you could also release land in the greenbelt. And again, I'm sure we'll look at these points in more detail, but just, and why can't you do that? Well, purpose E is relevant there because national policy tells us that the greenbelt has a specific function in that respect. It's not just the council saying it, it's national policy that tells us that the greenbelt has a specific function in that respect. Questions were then asked, points were then made about, well, the council has released one site at Norton. Just bear with me a second, so I'm just trying to find a paragraph reference. Yeah. Yes, sorry, obviously that's 138E. To assist in urban regeneration by encouraging the recycling of derelict and other urban land. That point is also relevant to the site at Norton because the point was made, well, the council has selected one site in the Greenbelt where it's proposing to allocate development. And again, I'm sure we'll come on to this in the Greenbelt session, but that site, the site that's been allocated at Norton, it is a sustainable brownfield site, and it's the only one, I think, that was found through the council's evidence base not to prejudice that purpose at 138E on that basis. Of course, it's right that the examination will consider whether there are exceptional circumstances for Greenbelt release, but it's important to bear in mind that those exceptional circumstances must be fully evidenced and justified in accordance with Para 140. And the starting point is the importance that the government attaches to the Greenbelt and its permanence. And of course one has to have regard to the wider objectives of the framework in considering whether there are exceptional circumstances. The council will say that its evidence base has looked at those, it's considered economic and housing implications, and we'll come on to look at that, so we don't say anything more about that now. And finally, in respect of this floodgate issue that's been raised, well, clearly this examination is concerned with testing whether this plan is sound, having regard to this authority's circumstances and this authority's evidence base. I don't think we have anything further to say about that. Is there anything else? No. So I think, Mum, those are our responses at present to the points that have been made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Bolton, do you have a final point to make before we move on to item 5?
It's a point of clarification that you've been referred to paragraph 35 of the PPG, which is where should the cities and urban centres uplift be met. It's been put to you just now by the council that the purpose of that was to encourage urban regeneration, and that was the sole purpose of it. If I can just read from that, so that people listening can understand what it says in the second sentence. If we read all that, the increase in the number of homes delivered in urban areas is to be expected to be met by cities and urban centres themselves rather than by surrounding areas, unless it would conflict with national policy and legal obligations. In considering how this is met, in the first instance, brownfield and other underutilised urban sites should be prioritised, and on these sites, density should be optimised to promote the most efficient use of land. This is to ensure homes are built in the right places to make most of existing infrastructure and to allow people to live nearby the service they rely on, making travel patterns more sustainable. It is not a policy that says the urban uplift is solely about securing urban regeneration. It's the first step. Clearly, if it's a first step, there are second steps, and the second steps are spelt out quite clearly in the NPPF in terms of potential Greenbelt review to allow people to live nearby the services they rely on and making travel patterns more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, I think that probably takes us on to part two, which is the main bulk of the morning session, really, the justification for setting the housing requirement, which was lower than standard methodology local housing need figure, and for selecting the figure of 35,000 dwellings or so. So turning then to the Greenbelt review under item 5. So we have the Greenbelt review by the council and the addendum. So I have before me pages 35 and 36, which I just wanted to highlight to start with. Effectively, the Greenbelt review concludes, doesn't it, that some areas perform more strongly against Greenbelt purposes than others. So looking at the tables on pages 35, 36, it does, doesn't it, clearly show that there's a variety of different scores going on here, and that there are some parcels that appear to perform quite weakly, obviously quite a number that perform moderately or strongly as well. So looking just then at table 4, we have purpose 1 and purpose 2 are being tested here effectively together. So you have a few sites, don't you, which basically score 1 and 2 there. Can the council just sort of talk me through that process of decision making and what judgments you made to reach this, and what your feelings were on what these, well, in fact, table 4 and table 3, what those two tables show?
Thank you. Yes, just for clarity for people sat around the table, the findings of the Greenbelt review are primarily set out in GB02, Appendix 5, which is the main Greenbelt review, and GB03, Appendix 2, that's the addendum to the Greenbelt review. The tables that we're referring to here are in GB02, the main Greenbelt review report. This illustrates the range of scores for parcels of land in the Greenbelt, and the scores highlight the value in terms of Greenbelt purposes as set out in the NPPF paragraph 138 of areas of land within the Greenbelt, as well as indicating the functional role of land within the Greenbelt. So I'll just summarise sort of the findings of those tables and then come back to the sort of the judgment and decision-making process there. So in summary, all parcels of land in the Greenbelt perform at least one of the purposes of Greenbelt. I think we had this conversation yesterday, with the exception of those areas where we've identified anomalies and where amendments are proposed to ensure defensible Greenbelt boundaries. Those are listed in Appendix 3 and 4 of GB03. All of the greenfield land in the Greenbelt performs against the 5th purposes of Greenbelt as set out in paragraph 138E. That is to assist in urban regeneration by encouraging the recycling of derelict and other urban land, and Miss Reed's already talked us through that. In the Greenbelt review itself, paragraphs 6, 17 to 18 set out how the relative contributions of parcels of land meet Greenbelt purposes and how that can be considered. In Sheffield, I think it's particularly relevant to note that the scores relating to purposes 1 and 2, which relate to checking the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas and preventing neighbouring towns from merging into one another. And that's because the vast majority of land scores the same for purposes 3 and 5, with the exception of notable previously developed sites. It's worth noting that aggregate scores indicate how strongly land performs Greenbelt functions, but the score against purposes 1 and 2 really indicates those that perform the most strongly. Paragraph 622 notes that just under half of the parcels in the initial Greenbelt review score either 4 or 5 against purposes 1 or 2, meaning that they perform a strong or a critical role in relation to Greenbelt purposes. So Purpose 1 is the most significant feature of the role of the Greenbelt in Sheffield, with Purpose 2 being important in specific locations. I've already noted that almost all land meets the third purpose relating to safeguarding the countryside from encroachment, being largely covered by beneficial and appropriate countryside uses as set out in paragraph 522. So just to return to the tables that you specifically referenced, table 4, which is the scores for smaller parcels against Greenbelt purposes 1 and 2, and you noted that there are some sites which only score 1 against those purposes. I think it is worth noting, and I can't see the paragraph right now, but very often sites, they're not going to score well against both purpose 1 and 2, primarily because the role of scoring those purposes meant that purpose 1, which relates to checking the unrestricted sprawl of larger built-up areas, is largely assessed in relation to the extent of open countryside that the parcel of land relates to, whereas purpose 2 is looking at gaps between neighbouring towns as set out in the Greenbelt Review. And so largely those areas where there's no settlements within a close distance score well against purpose 1. I think it's fair to say that, yes, there are some smaller parcels that score only 1 against purpose 1 or 2. But I think what we were trying to convey was that the vast majority of parcels of land around the edge of Sheffield's urban area score relatively well against at least one of those purposes. If you just give me a moment, I'll find the table that shows that. I think we might need to come back to you on that paragraph. Somewhere in the Greenbelt Review, there is a note about the parcels that score at least 4 or 5 in relation to those purposes, which I think I did refer to in my notes earlier. So in terms of the decision making and the judgment process, which you referred to a moment ago, the methodology that's set out in section 5 of the Greenbelt Review clearly sets out how those judgments were made. In relation to purpose 1 and 2, which are the ones that I've highlighted specifically, the scoring mechanisms are set out in paragraphs 5-10 onwards for purpose 1. And what that does is it allows a scoring mechanism that looks at the amount of each parcel which adjoins the urban area. Therefore, in effect, parcels which are largely surrounded on several sides by the urban area, where there's a natural opportunity to round off existing patterns of development, they score more weakly. They would score 1, up to sites which don't adjoin the urban area, where there's no opportunities to round off patterns of development and where that performs a critical role in checking sprawl of the urban area. There are some examples given of how that might be scored. So it's important to note that that's both a qualitative and a quantitative assessment. There's quantitative guidelines given for the amount of the edges of parcels that relate to the urban area, but there's also scope for a judgment there because obviously it's possible to see from site visits and map-based work the opportunities for rounding off development. In relation to purpose 2, which I highlighted as being the other key feature of the Greenbelt in Sheffield, which is distinctive in terms of the aggregate scores, we looked at existing gaps between settlements. So we've listed where the settlements are that we've defined for the purposes of this assessment. Largely, they are outside of Sheffield. It's the relationship between areas in Sheffield and settlements outside our boundary. But obviously, there's also gaps between the main urban area and our principal towns. So there's also examples given at figure 6, for example, which is a gap between suburbs, which would not score highly against that purpose, as opposed to gaps between discrete settlements. The scoring there again is a combination of a quantitative assessment in terms of the distance of the gap, but also a qualitative assessment that can be layered on top of that. For example, where there's topography to be taken into account in how the role of the gap performs. And again, a low score of 1 would denote that there's land where there's no perceived increase in proximity. It's worth noting a lot of the land on the western side of Sheffield performs poorly against this purpose, on account of the fact there's relatively few settlements further out into the Greenbelt boundary. A score of 5 would denote that there's a gap which is so narrow that any development within it would result in actual or perceived coalescence, and that therefore performs a critical role in preventing those settlements from merging. So I hope that gives you a fair guideline as in how we made those decisions and what factors were taken account in the scoring. The reason that I drew out the Greenbelt purposes 1 and 2, just to reiterate, is that purpose 3 was scored largely in relation to the role of safeguarding countryside. So that looks at the types of activity that take place on that land. And the vast majority of Sheffield's Greenbelt is in what you'd expect to be beneficial countryside uses.
Thank you. I mean, you've obviously highlighted that. I think you said that purpose 1 was probably the main or the most important purpose, but obviously the other ones are important as well, but the most important for the council. And in table 4, it obviously shows 9 parcels which score weakly, and then 34 which score relatively weakly. I mean, what I couldn't quite work out, and obviously there are the tables at the back of the details, but I'm assuming that quite a few of those also perhaps score poorly on purpose 2 as well, do they? I mean, what's the crossover? That's what I couldn't quite work out from the review.
Yes, I think that's what I was trying to explain, and I wasn't doing a very good job, is that often something that scores weakly against purpose 1 may score strongly against purpose 2, or vice versa, because purpose 1 you're going to score more highly if you are if your parcel of land opens up into an expanse of countryside, whereas purpose 2 is looking at those much smaller gaps. A useful place to see the outputs of that, rather than looking just at the tables, is in the maps. So Appendix 2 has a number of maps that show the scores in colour. So purpose 1 and purpose 2 are the first of those maps. So what you can see there is that in relation to purpose 1, the closer in to the urban area, perhaps as you'd expect, the lower the scores effectively, because they are going to be parcels of land. Sorry, just bear with me a moment. I've sent you to the wrong map. Yeah, it's actually page 70 that you need to be on, Appendix 6. Sorry. And we're talking about the smaller Greenbelt parcels here. Effectively, what I was trying to point out was that the sites that score 1 against purpose 1, i.e. where there are opportunities to round off the existing urban area, they're going to be closer into the urban area. They're going to be, for example, smaller fields or clusters of fields where there's existing built-up development around them. They're not necessarily in the same locations as where the gaps are critical. So, for example,
I can understand the point you're making, that actually there is some which will score higher on purpose 2 perhaps, but looking at the tables themselves and the maps, actually, you can see that there are actually quite a few sites, aren't there, that do score poorly on both. That's my reading of it. Just looking down the tables, looking for the scores of 2 and 1, I can see quite a few there. There seems to be crossover, doesn't there? I mean, the council hasn't pulled that information out, but it seems my reading of it.
There will be. I mean, there's a lot of sites in there. There's almost 200 sites. So yes, there are some sites that score poorly against those purposes. Ellie's just brought up the correct map for me that I was trying to allude to earlier. So Appendix 7, which is on page 73, is a map which actually it shows the flip side of the point that you're actually trying to get at. it shows the resultant parcels that score strongly against purposes 1 or 2. So yes, you're right. What we don't demonstrate is the parcels that are at the other end of the scale that score poorly against 1 and or 2. Obviously, that could be drawn from the data.
So obviously then looking at table 3 where you've looked at the overall scores, so you've done some sort of amalgamation, but that obviously includes all of your purposes. You have obviously a few sites down at the lower end scoring sort of 8 to 10, some in 11, 12 as well.
Yeah. Yes.
And then I can see that you've got a map in Appendix 6, so the first part of Appendix 6, where you've appeared to have grouped those total scores and colour-coded it.
Yes.
So 8 to 10 appears to be, well, it's the same colour you've used for weak. And
Yes.
then 11 to 12 is the same colour you've used for relatively weak elsewhere.
That's right.
Obviously, it's not shown as that, but is that the sort of the scoring that you would apply, the definition you'd apply to those scores?
Yes, from what I recall when we produced this table, the idea, I'm sorry, perhaps I should remember the answer to this was produced a really long time ago, but the scores that are there, obviously they are grouped, and thematically the idea is to show the poorest scoring sites. I'm unsure. No, we have used the same colour suite, haven't we? Yes. Yeah. So effectively, the reason for that, I suppose, is if you were to use this, if we had been able to demonstrate exceptional circumstances for greenbelt release, and this would be your starting point for then looking for land, effectively you'd be using green sites as the sites where you'd begin looking from a greenbelt purposes point of view rather than anything else, obviously.
Okay, so I think I understand the evidence you've presented. Obviously, I have seen other reviews which go a bit further and have a sort of summary and pull out which are the poorer performing parcels, but I can see that the information is there in the tables at the back, so it is possible to see that information. If I could just move on to talking about some of the releases then you've made. Obviously, there are some deletions put forward. Did it include any of these weaker or relatively weak performing parcels?
That's a good question. Yes, some of these pieces of land will cross over. For the most part, I think it's worth noting that Appendix 3 and 4 in the GB03 document, which is the Greenbelt Addendum, they are largely, not wholly, but largely quite small amendments to rectify boundary anomalies. For example, where there's been development that's taken place since the original Greenbelt boundary was drawn, or, for example, so there's a few major developed sites where, for example, there are education establishments where housing has since been built. And the vast majority of them are rectifying really quite small anomalies to make sure that the defensible boundary on the ground makes sense in relation to the map. The notable exceptions to that are land at Europa Link and the Sheffield Parkway where development's taken place and there's no identifiable boundary on the ground. There was, without wishing to go down a wormhole in that one, there was an airport runway there and there's now a business park there. So that's quite a big change to rectify an anomaly on the ground. The second largest of the deletions is at Norton Aerodrome, which relates to the site allocation SS17. The deletion proposed there is larger than the allocation site itself. The reason for that, again, is to ensure a defensible boundary and reflect existing built development that's next to that site. The third largest and the fourth largest are both to reflect development that's taken place some time ago on former built sites within the Greenbelt. So those deletions weren't necessarily wholly covered by the parcels that we looked at through the Greenbelt review because the purposes were different. The reasons for looking at the parcels was to understand the role that Sheffield's Greenbelt plays, and if we were to need to look for land, where would we start looking? Whereas a lot of these smaller deletions they're not sites per se, they're corners of places, for example, where a boundary wall means that we need to change the boundary to make it make sense. That also applies to the additions that are noted in Appendix 3.
Okay, so you're saying that there is some crossover, that perhaps some of these weekly performing parcels may have disappeared and that you're proposing to delete, but some would still remain. But do you have a specific list?
No, there isn't a specific list. That's something we could produce. We'd have to, we could do that using mapping. But because they come from different angles, there's not necessarily a crossover between the weekly performing greenbelt parcels which were being looked at. Some of those, for example, were identified through call for sites and things like that. So they're parcels of land, whereas these are mostly not sites per se. They are rectifying boundary anomalies. So there's unlikely to be significant crossover, although I have drawn out a couple of examples where I know there will be a crossover.
Okay, thank you. And then obviously you touched on site SS17, and that's obviously being released. You're proposing to release that from the Greenbelt. Could I just ask you to explain why that site was chosen, obviously above all others? Is it the site that scored the worst in the Greenbelt review? Obviously there are other issues that you have to take into account, but in terms of the Greenbelt scoring, is it the worst scoring site?
Thank you. It is a low-scoring site, primarily because, as I've already discussed, there is very little differentiation in Sheffield's Greenbelt sites between sites, how they score against the fifth purpose in relation to focusing urban redevelopment in the urban area. Obviously, being partially a brownfield site, that doesn't score so well against that purpose, and therefore it brings its aggregate score down. Yeah, in Appendix 6, if you refer back to that map, the dark green site in the south of the city is that proposed allocation site. So it's the only one I'm alerted to. It's the only one that scores dark green on that map, scoring between 8 and 10. I think it's fair to say, and we'll probably come back into this on other matters as well, we've set out the exceptional circumstances for releasing land at Norton Aerodrome, which primarily relates to the spatial decision to enable sustainably located, previously developed land within the Greenbelt to be released. And that's the only site that meets those criteria. But yes, it does also score poorly against Greenbelt purposes.
Thank you for confirming that. So yesterday we had a discussion, didn't we, about small site options around the edge of the urban area within the Greenbelt, and the council conceded that they hadn't been tested in terms of the sustainability appraisal work and the technical appraisal work. So your answer to this next question might be, no, you haven't done it. But basically, it's really, my next question was about how did you use the results of the Greenbelt appraisal? So you've got obviously some sites that score weekly, you've got some sites that score relatively weekly in here. Did you subject those to further appraisal, suitability appraisal, looking at them critically?
No, you're right. The dispersed option wasn't tested as a reasonable alternative. What I would say is that the Greenbelt scores that are attributed to these parcels of land, they were fed into the strategic locations work that my colleague from ACOM supported us with, which we discussed yesterday, the IIA. So the evidence on the Greenbelt purpose scores was taken into account in that work. But the dispersed approach, taking a sustainability appraisal of all the small sites as a singular option, that was not appraised. Is that clear enough?
Thank you very much. Right, I'd like to open to comments around the table now. So if anyone wishes to comment on the Greenbelt review results or anything we've just discussed, then please put your nameplate up. Again, I'm just going to take it in order from left to right. So firstly, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, so I think just obviously you've seen our responses in terms of the hearing statement, in terms of the Greenbelt review.
clearly, as we touched on yesterday, there hasn't been a Greenbelt review, and I think when you look at paragraph 3.6 in the Greenbelt review, September 2020 version, obviously it outlines that it hasn't actually been reviewed since like 1998 in terms of the UDP. So obviously this is, in terms of looking at growth and growth options, this is, one of the first options in quite some time that is being able to actually look at this. I think in terms of the Greenbelt review and what you've actually looked at, clearly they've looked at parcels, they've looked at, that might correspond with the site, but they've clearly looked at a parcel approach around the city rather than necessarily a site-specific approach. The paragraphs that you picked up are ones that I've actually highlighted and I was looking at here. And I think this effectively is like a starting point. This is the Greenbelt review. It's like a starting point. It hasn't actually progressed further than what you've seen in terms of this initial approach. The reason I say that is that when you look at the outputs and you look at the conclusions, it clearly highlights within, paragraph 6.27 to 6.29, and then again in the conclusion it's almost the same, where it says, following consultation on issues and options for the Sheffield Plan in 2020, we will consider the proposed spatial approach to be taken forward in the draft Sheffield Plan. If the proposed strategy requires land to be released from the Greenbelt to meet the need for new homes, then sites in the Greenbelt will be considered for the site selection methodology process, taking into account along with other factors such as availability, suitability, sustainability. If exceptional circumstances are demonstrated for releasing some areas of land from the Greenbelt for new development, those parcels of land will then be mapped so as to ensure the revised Greenbelt boundary remains strong, using defensible, durable boundary features as much as possible. And then in the conclusion, almost the same in 9.1, the Greenbelt Review demonstrates that all land within Sheffield's Greenbelt performs Greenbelt functions to some degree. I think as we touched on yesterday, obviously, that is the Greenbelt at the moment, and that's what the purpose of the Greenbelt Review is, to review that. Some areas perform more strongly against Greenbelt purposes than others. Obviously, that's what we've just been talking about. Following the consultation, we'll review the strategy. If there is a need to remove some land from the Greenbelt for development and exceptional circumstances can be demonstrated for doing this, then Greenbelt land will be considered through the site selection methodology. We then come back to 6.26, which nothing unusual within this Greenbelt review. There's nothing that stands out that says land, shall not be touched. Clearly, we've just accepted and admitted that with Norton Aerodrome. Clearly, there, it's a brownfield site, and they say it performs weakly. They've released it from the Greenbelt. 16 resultant parcels had boundaries where development of this land would result in strong defensible boundaries, generally stronger than the current boundary. The majority of resultant parcels would result in a defensible boundary being defined, but there would be elements of softer boundaries in this, although not necessarily less defensible than existing boundaries. So there's nothing that is dramatic, and I think that's what I want to try and bring out here. There's nothing dramatic within this which says that against paragraph 11B of the NPPF footnote 13 that says that you shouldn't actually review the Greenbelt and actually use land within the Greenbelt. Clearly our position is that by accepting a single site in the Greenbelt, then actually the council have accepted that exceptional circumstances exist for releasing other land within the Greenbelt in order to meet the overwhelming housing and economic need. And I would just like to highlight again that as my pet subject with this plan that we will probably proceed and move on is that clearly within the Greenbelt Review it only refers to releasing land to meet the need for new homes, Mum. Clearly we'll come back to that in matter 5. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bolton.
Just to even things up, I'm actually going to disagree with my colleague here. He suggested the last Greenbelt review was in 1998 with the UDP. It wasn't. At that time, there was a consideration of whether to identify previously developed land in the Greenbelt and take it out of the Greenbelt. It was decided not to do so by the council because it would trigger a Greenbelt review. So the last review of the Greenbelt actually is some time before that, and I think it was at the time when they took the Mossborough Township out of the Greenbelt, and even I'm too old to remember when that was. maybe someone with some history, a history book can tell us. I think it was in the 70s, or it might be 68. In any case, that actually helps demonstrate one thing, is the release of Mosford Township to create a sustainable township there would have not scored very well on the scoring system you're using. It would have been red. Now, would that have been a reason not to do that? I would suggest no. So, a couple of points. Firstly, the score you have for a site in the Greenbelt is on the Greenbelt purposes. That does have to be balanced against other attributes a site may have, such as its highly sustainable location or the scale of growth it's available that it may deliver. Clearly, larger sites will generally score worse in terms of urban sprawl because they are in fact larger sites, and you should not just concentrate, I feel like, on those that score the lowest, but actually you need to have a slightly wider review. And certainly my experience of working in local plan examinations and local plans around the country, I have seen local authorities themselves propose sites which have moderate or moderate to high harm to the Greenbelt to be released in order to meet actually much lower levels of unmet need. So there is, if you like, an approach, a planning judgment that can be made on those sites. Unfortunately, it does require a site-by-site assessment. We do have some issues with how the sites were looked at, but we'll save that till next Thursday, I think it is, isn't it? So I won't go into that now. But that's my point, is what this demonstrates is that there are quite a lot of sites which are low-level harm or even moderate harm, which needs to be balanced against meeting needs and, more importantly, securing sustainable patterns of development, and in particular things such as provision of family housing within the city and provision of older persons housing in the city in sustainable locations. All of that has to be balanced against the Greenbelt function. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Key, you're next.
Thank you, Ma'am. Thank you. I keep popping my name up and then colleagues keep taking the points, but otherwise I ought to say something, otherwise we'll go through the whole day and won't have contributed. So I think my overarching comment really on the Greenbelt assessment process is there's nothing extraordinary about them at all. It's gone through a methodology. As Mr. Rose just hit the nail on the head, really, it was done as a starting point and it's not progressed since then. And that's important in this context because, well, as we were just discussing, we're in a situation where the local authority is missing its standard method housing number by about a third in round numbers, and that's basically common ground by us all. That's pretty significant. And one of the major ways by which those development needs can be addressed, and I, in this case, fulfill the missing third of need, really, is through Greenbelt review, and it's not been touched. And so I think those two things, I mean, if we're in a situation where we were missing the standard method number by a modest amount, there might be, there's a balanced decision to be made there. But here, when we're missing it by a third, I think my point and observation really is that's sort of quite extraordinary. But going back to the Greenbelt work, I mean, it's a shame that it's not been carried forward because it's there as a starting point. There's no surprises in it. There's sites that score relatively poorly against Greenbelt purposes, and those that score more strongly against Greenbelt purposes. I mean, every Greenbelt review comes to that point. But it really, as Mr. Rose says, it really is a great shame that that's not been taken further.
Thank you, Mr. Good.
Thank you. Similar to what other people have said, I'll just couch it in a slightly different way. I've read through the Greenbelt review with interest as it stands. I do wonder what the purpose of it is, to be fair, because it appeared that was never going to go anywhere anyway. And even if a site scored low in that review, we've heard in terms of SS17 that wasn't the primary factor for it being allocated. So there were obviously quite clearly other overriding concerns that the council had. My concern with the process, and I do think the Greenbelt Review is a reasonable starting place. We do have some issues which we'll discuss in Matter 6. It's a reasonable starting place to look actually what do we need to do to meet our needs. Can our needs be met without significant harm? Now, I think it's fair to say that if you release land from the Greenbelt, there will be some harm, but that harm has to be balanced against other purposes and other needs. We also, whilst the need is large in terms of housing need within Sheffield, and there's going to be a significant unmet need based upon the current standard method, I think we also could fall into a trap where we're just simply looking at each of those parcels against a global need in terms of the whole authority. What actually we need to be doing is thinking about needs on a more local area, and it isn't necessarily right that a Greenbelt parcel that just scores lowly should be necessarily the ones that come forward. It has to be part of the mix, but it can't be the only part of the mix, because what we do need to do is also to look at the needs of different types of houses, different types of the population, which the NPPF quite clearly directs us towards, and how their needs can best be met in a sustainable location near to where that need is created. I don't feel the Sheffield plan has done that. They've looked very much at the city centre. They haven't looked at the edges of the city. They haven't looked at their principal towns in any great detail. What happens, and I won't go to site specifics here, but what happens in the principal towns if there is very little opportunity presented by brownfield sites? How do those principal towns meet their needs for housing, employment, or other facilities and services? At this point in time, it appears that the Sheffield plan doesn't seek to address that and actually just leaves it hanging and expects everybody to want to either move to the city or not live within Sheffield. I find that quite disturbing with this plan, and a reason personally why I think the Greenbelt Review needed to go that step or two further to identify how those specific needs, not just in a numerical value, can be met, but how the specific needs of individual groups, people, locations should and could be met.
Thank you. Mr. Coop.
Thank you. The scale of the housing need that we've talked about and the shortfall mean that clearly difficult choices are needed. And I think, to be honest, they're not being made and they're just simply being ignored. I think we've got a partial review of the Greenbelt here, and I would simply turn your attention, I won't repeat the points, but in our statement on Matter 6 on the Greenbelt for next week, your response to your question 6.6, we effectively conclude that the Council's approach is simplistic in its review. And no doubt that will be picked up in that session. But ultimately, we believe that there hasn't been a full engagement with the issues, and that we believe is because the decision by the Executive Committee and its political decision, which is was made without full regard to the evidence. And the implication of that is the Council has failed to consider all of the options for meeting its housing needs, and the reality that there are opportunities for Greenbelt release that would not have any detrimental impact to the purposes of the Greenbelt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think just sort of like concluding on this particular item, just turning to the Council. Obviously, you have a strategy, don't you, to have urban capacity focused regeneration. But this is largely justified, or your main sort of justification for this is basically linking back to the NPPF paragraph 11B1, that there are strong reasons to retain the Greenbelt. And obviously the Greenbelt Review is a starting point, and it's only one piece of evidence when you make decisions about releasing sites. Obviously, I appreciate that. But you know, you're looking for strong reasons to retain the Greenbelt, and you have a study here which identifies a number of weakly performing sites, and I appreciate that's the starting point, but that's the issue that I think that I'm grappling with. Is there anything you want to just say in response to that?
Yes, I can. Can I just start with one clarification actually before moving into the substance of that? Just in response, I think, to Mr. Rose, to clarify that paragraph 611 of the Greenbelt Review does make it clear that the sites that were promoted to us were incorporated into parcels that were included within the Greenbelt Review, and that also applies to the addendum, which specifically was picking up parcels of land that were promoted to us later in the process. Only a minor point. I think sort of fundamentally coming back to what's been said a few times around the table about the Greenbelt Review being a starting point, and clearly that is what it is. It's designed to analyse in a clear, hopefully a clear way, what role Sheffield's Greenbelt performs at a general level, and also what role pieces of land perform at a lower level. The purpose of that is singular. It's not designed to go into any other qualitative aspects, for example, around how valued that landscape is by individuals, or what ecological purposes it has, or whether it's in the right locations in terms of infrastructure. That sort of work would be carried out through site selection methodology and considered through IIA. See, we've talked about the IIA at length yesterday. But the fundamental point is you take the Greenbelt Review further into site selection once you've come to a point of decision making on where your spatial strategy lies. So the Greenbelt Review is in itself is the piece of work that sets out the role of the Greenbelt in Sheffield. It's not designed to go further than that. That would be the role of site selection, that would take on board those broader factors about, for example, as people have raised sustainability, what could be achieved by releasing those sites from the Greenbelt. I think coming back to your question, that this is the key part of demonstrating our argument for not finding exceptional circumstances for releasing land from the Greenbelt. I think we've been clear that we're not necessarily saying that on an individual basis all sites don't do perform well against purposes of Greenbelt. Clearly there's a great variety of locations within the Greenbelt with relative strengths and weaknesses in terms of not only Greenbelt purposes but also other sustainability indicators. I think the point that we're considering here is about sustainable patterns of development, as particularly with reference to paragraph 142 of the framework, which directs us to urban regeneration. It directs us to channeling developments towards locations in the urban area. It's true that sites further from the city centre or from the central area are, broadly speaking, further to travel to services, facilities, jobs, for example, and people are more likely to need to rely on car ownership. There's less likely to be patronage for regular or very frequent public transport links the further out you get. We also note that adding on to existing suburban areas, which aren't necessarily the locations with the highest levels of existing infrastructure, services and local facilities, whilst larger urban extensions might potentially be able to do that by providing their own infrastructure within them, smaller extensions are unlikely to bring significant enough additional population to increase existing infrastructure provision. Is there anything further you want to add?
Yeah, if I can just add a couple of points. I mean, I think our point is that there are strong reasons, first and foremost, that all the parcels do, with the exception of Norton Aerodrome, do perform the strong purpose E in terms of urban regeneration. So the release of greenfield sites would undermine the urban regeneration objective of the plan. We will come on later on to some of the other considerations around what harm would be caused by not meeting the full standard method figure. But I think that is another consideration that you know, we've balanced against the Greenbelt purposes considerations as well.
I think if I could just come back one more point. I'm not sure if you're going through your agenda sequentially or not, but are you going through your agenda sequentially? I'm not sure. you had asked specifically about whether retention of the green belt is necessary to address other issues that the council finds important. I'll be coming back to that in a moment.
Okay, I think that probably concludes item 5. I've got no more questions under that item. So if we can take a short comfort break now, 15 minutes. So if we meet back at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone. We have reached item 6 on the agenda, which is the other reasons to protect the green belt and therefore restrict the overall scale of development. And these are mainly as set out in the council's hearing statements. So just picking up on the first bullet point, is the retention of the green belt necessary to help address the climate and biodiversity emergencies and maintain Sheffield's reputation as the outdoor city? If I could just ask the council, please, to explain your position on this, please.
Thank you. Yes, we've just got a few brief points to make here. Firstly, taking them in order, climate change. I think it's really fundamental to notice really that the locational importance of people in higher density locations and maintaining a compact city. We've already referred to a number of places in the framework and also the PPG and also the written ministerial statement where the focus on urban regeneration is really critical, and the relationship of a compact city to achieving climate change objectives, particularly in terms of reducing the need to travel, I think are quite a fundamental consideration in this part of it. It's generally true that people living on the edge of the city, for example in locations that might be considered for urban extensions, will have to travel further to access jobs and services than those living closer to district centres and the central area. In terms of the biodiversity emergency, which the council has issued, I think it's just worth pointing out that the Greenbelt, whilst it performs the functions of Greenbelt as set out in paragraph 138 of the framework that we've discussed it at length this morning, it's also worth noting the ecological role of quite a lot of areas of the Greenbelt. We've done a small amount of analysis. Around 35% of the Greenbelt is also covered by other designations, often by more than one at a time, including local wildlife sites, ancient woodland, and river valleys that provide a riverine habitat for wildlife, and those provide important wildlife corridors and green links. In terms of the outdoor city, which was the third part of your question, there's an importance of the role of land within the Greenbelt for people accessing the natural environment, including enabling people to access local areas of nature without having to travel as far afield as the national park, and that relates back to the conversation that we had about recreation yesterday. Also, it's worth noting that you'll be able to see from a map of the Greenbelt in Sheffield, there are significant numbers of fingers of Greenbelt that run into the urban area, which primarily relate to deep river valleys, for example, Loxley Valley, Rifflin, Porter, Shirebrook, and the Upper Don Valley. Those bring the countryside and access to the countryside really close to significant populations of people. And that's particularly pertinent in relation to paragraph 145 of the framework, which requires that once greenbelts have been defined, local planning authorities should plan positively to enhance their beneficial use, such as looking for opportunities to provide access and opportunities for outdoor sport and recreation, as well as enhancing landscapes, amenity and biodiversity. And the final one there, to improve damaged and derelict land, which of course we're intending to do with the site release at Norton Aerodrome. So I think taking in combination those three factors about the additional roles that our Greenbelt performs for the people of Sheffield and for the environment of Sheffield is really critical to understanding why we place such an emphasis on its protection.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else around the table have any comments on this aspect of the Council's justification, so climate change and biodiversity or outdoor city? Okay, I think Mr Rose, you were first. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Ms Harding. No, I'll take it in the order then. Ms Harding first.
Thank you. I possibly was the last one up, but I'll start off as I'm at the front. Thank you very much. The HBF is concerned about the Council's suggestions that the retention of the Greenbelt are necessary in terms of the climate, biodiversity emergencies in the outdoor city. In terms of climate change, my concerns really here are around the unmet need that's identified by the LHN and the standard method. So where these people are going to go and the impact that potentially has on climate change. So the Council have suggested that focusing on the city centre will help to reduce need to travel and create more sustainable travel patterns The HBF is concerned that if the unmet need is going elsewhere, if that's outside of Sheffield, or if it's creating overcrowding, that isn't necessarily addressing those climate change issues and may in fact lead to more unsustainable forms of travel as people travel further afield for work purposes or to address their local services. In terms of biodiversity, obviously the Environment Act with its 10% biodiversity requirement obviously now means that increased housing development will actually include benefits to biodiversity and may actually have more positive impacts than the retention of greenbelt. And in relation to the reputation as the outdoor city, again, it may be that having developments in these areas that can support settlements, can support more development, can provide more infrastructure, more funding towards outdoor activities, also has the potential to benefit that outdoor city reputation rather than take away from it. It may be that the improvements to open space or improvements through development actually help to increase activity in these areas rather than requiring people to travel out from the city centre. I think that's my thoughts on those three elements of the Green Belt.
Thank you. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't think, unsurprisingly, as you've seen in response to our question 3.4, we don't see that there is any additional reasons as to restrict development below the housing need as identified. We obviously, within our response in terms of question 3.4, we went through footnote 7 as described within 11B in terms of potential environmental reasons as to restrict the overall scale, type of distribution of development in the plan area. We obviously went through, and obviously it lists, certain things. There are no A and Bs. The triple SIs are largely to the west. Quite often they're actually coincide with the national park. The ones that are around the edge of the city, they're not of sufficient size to affect the strategic policy direction of the Sheffield plan. Look at, sort of green spaces and things around that. Again, they're not large enough to affect the overarching strategy. So when you go through again, in terms of obviously flood zone, that's listed. Obviously, we've responded and highlighted, the vast majority of the land within districts actually flood zone 1. Actually, the council strategy in terms of urban concentration is actually pushing it more towards the flood zone areas. So then obviously you come back down to Greenbelt. Obviously we've covered Greenbelt, we discussed that earlier, and again obviously there's no reason. So we've gone through footnote 7 of 11B, which is what I think I'd direct you towards in making your conclusions. Strangely enough, when you look through, and obviously we talked about the committee and the structure and the decision making yesterday, and obviously we reflect back and look at the IIA. Clearly the IIA actually, in terms of strategy and approach and consideration, actually in quite a number of instances actually looks towards higher growth as actually a more sustainable option. And we talked about how that actually informed the process. When you look back down the committee notes, as well of the meetings where the decisions were made, I think it's exam 12A, you look through that, and actually when they're looking at the decisions, they're not talking about, in the minutes anyway, they're not talking about, there's one reference towards protecting land of highest ecological and social value. Well, actually that person voted for option 4. So it's like, I don't think it's as black and white as actually being presented here, ma'am, in terms of the overarching strategy. I think I'll take you back again to actually a balanced approach in terms of the plan making and looking at the NPPF, looking at the evidence and how you can actually balance economic growth with social and environmental objectives. I think there is a reasonable approach where you can actually look at, yes, there should be some urban regeneration, but actually to support that urban regeneration, we need to release land from the greenbelt, we need to go for growth in order to deliver that sustainable delivery in terms of infrastructure, housing for people that's actually in need, etc., etc. I won't want to go too far beyond that at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Bolton.
Thank you very much. Dealing with these 3 points that you raise, climate, biodiversity and Sheffield's reputation as an outdoor city, starting with climate change, I think it is accepted by the City Council that they're not providing for family housing, and that will be provided, if you like, if it is to be provided at all, on sites outside of the city, and therefore the movement of families to other areas and commuting back in for work or for other reasons, those distances will be greater than the distances that will occur if there is greenbelt release. Certainly, there are a number of public transport nodes, including stations within the city, and greenbelt releases in those areas could certainly secure more sustainable patterns of transport than are currently being provided, if you like, from greenbelt, greenfield sites outside of the city for family housing. Turning to biodiversity net gain, there's a requirement for at least 10%. You will see in some of the representations put to you that some of the sites being proposed actually have up to a third of the land not being developed, and that the biodiversity net gain is way above 10%. It is in the region of 50 or 60%. So significant benefits, biodiversity net gain benefits, can be gained by allocating greenbelt, greenfield sites. On the same point, city centre undeveloped sites often have something called a mixed mosaic on them in terms of biodiversity, which is brambles and kind of unmade land or rough land. That scores very, very highly in terms of biodiversity, and that isn't actually replaced. It can't be replaced by green roofs. It's got to be replaced some other way. Therefore, it's not an either or. I mean, you know, redevelopment of some of those vacant sites at present actually have a biodiversity cost in any event. So that's biodiversity net gain. Turning to Sheffield's reputation as an outdoor city, I actually think that could be enhanced by the release of greenfield greenbelt sites, which provide, if you like, family accommodation in a green setting, in a green environment. You can have greener, greater and greener cities, larger cities, which are actually greener. You've seen that in some ways from some of the developments happened in the past in Sheffield with some of the large parks, etc. I think that would actually enhance the reputation of Sheffield. The reputation of Sheffield, which is you can't get a family house, and if you want to buy new properties, the only stuff we're building is either rental 1 bed, 2 bedroom apartments in the city centre, I think positively damages the city. And certainly an image of high density build to rent accommodation in the city centre as being your strategic way forward of meeting your housing needs, I don't think gives an image of an outdoor city at all. I think it gives the exact opposite. It gives an image of a very intense city and a highly developed city. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but it doesn't give an image of the outdoor city. Certainly the provision of suitably designed new residential areas would enhance the reputation. And just in terms of option 4 that was mentioned by my colleague on the right here, option 4, when it was voted on, would have resulted in greenbelt release and was actually voted on by the 2 Green councillors whose concern is particularly in terms of these matters. So it's interesting that was the case.
Thank you very much. Mr Edgley.
Thank you. Clearly, the question is looking around: is the retention of the greenbelt necessary to address the climate and biodiversity emergencies? And I think our point to that is no, it's not. I think the council are making the case that by retaining the greenbelts, they're going to be able to overcome these emergencies and actively and correctly sort of address them. But there's no guarantee. I don't think it's as simple as saying protect the greenbelt, therefore you retain or you will address or solve or overcome the sort of climate and biodiversity emergencies. I think as we're all aware, you know, these emergencies are a lot more complicated and all-encompassing than just simply retaining the green belt. In the case we've sort of made through representations and submissions to you so far, is that through the appropriate release of the green belt sites, you know, some of these locations can be well connected to existing services and facilities that the council could actively sort of plan positively with, therefore reducing, you know, taking the opportunities to reduce the need to travel, create areas that communities can be proud of, and will make a meaningful contribution to that overall, to the overall climate and biodiversity emergencies, not just experienced in Sheffield, but across the country. Through a variety of allocations across the plan area, including Greenbelt release, we think you'd see a variety of provision, which then helps, and echoing some of the points that have perhaps already been made or may be made by others. You know, this variety of provision gives you greater opportunities for recreation, which therefore, you know, recreation on your doorstep, access to local wildlife on your doorstep in these new communities, and through positive allocations would be really positive. That in turn would then have the added benefit of reducing the recreational pressure on some of the European sites, and you know, and that was obviously a concern from the Peak District National Park as we kind of discussed yesterday. So I think in conclusion, you know, we don't think it's necessary, and by simply retaining the Greenbelt boundaries as it is, you know, you're not guaranteeing that you can overcome the climate and biodiversity emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Mr. Good.
Thank you. Some similar points as you'd imagine. I think in terms of climate change, I'll go through the three quickly because you've covered a lot of the points. But in terms of climate change, and it was something that Ms. Howden related to, there's a point about meeting needs where they're generated, which is something I also alluded to last time. Be that the number, be that the type, be that the location. If you're not meeting those needs where they're generated, it means people have to move elsewhere, which can't be a great thing on the environment. I don't necessarily understand how Greenbelt necessarily relates to climate change particularly. I don't see that it's been the saviour of the country in terms of climate change in the past, and there hasn't been massive changes in Greenbelt recently, at least not to my mind. There have been some authorities that have tinkered with it, but I don't see that that's made a massive issue for climate change. I think there's some more fundamental issues which we need to address around the way people live, how they travel, public transport infrastructure, which can be helped through development. And can be funded through development. I also would make the point which we make in our representations around flood risk and the issues which the city finds itself within the city centre. I know that's an issue for a different session, so I won't go there in too much detail. But also there's something around meeting needs in terms of being able to deliver those needs and viability as well, which I think is another issue, again, for a different session, which needs to be borne in mind when we're considering this. In terms of ecological issues, we heard from the council 35% of the green belt is designated for other statutory uses as well. Fair enough. That means two-thirds of the district isn't. So there's 65% of that green belt that isn't statutorily designated for anything else, which is a fair old chunk to go at, I think, and to consider. And as Mr. Bolton mentioned, and I think Ms. Howden as well, and probably others, there is now the mandatory 10% uplift in terms of biodiversity net gain. Again, that was purposely brought forward by government to ensure that new development contributed and improved biodiversity within the country and overall. In terms of the outdoor city, I won't go into too much detail in that, other than to draw your attention to paragraph 142 of the NPPF, and you'll be aware the last sentence of that is around about greenbelt releases and compensatory improvements where that occurs. Those compensatory improvements should be around environmental quality and accessibility. Surely that is something which would aid, not hinder, an outdoor city.
Thank you very much. Mr. Coop.
Thanks very much. These issues of climate change, biodiversity, and to an extent the outdoor city are being presented to us in terms of sustainability, which clearly is an incredibly important aspiration. But what about the sustainability, or rather the unsustainability of the shortfall, some of which you've already heard about, the unmet need, the issues about housing mix, the issues about the strength of community and community diversity, of affordability of housing and of affordable housing delivery, the quality of place and of economic well-being. It's clearly important to maintain and enhance the sustainability of Sheffield, but I don't think we're going to achieve that by just ignoring this massive housing need that exists and this significant shortfall and just writing that off as if it wasn't there. The role of the Greenbelt does not give rise to a need for it all to be retained. There is potential and there are clear opportunities for some appropriate releases to the Greenbelt that will address those issues I've just mentioned, whilst also maintaining the sustainability of this city.
Thank you very much. Ms Martin.
Thank you. I support everything that all my fellow people on this side of the table have said. I think just taking the 3 points briefly, just a couple of other points. In terms of climate change, it's the point Ms Harding made about unsustainable travel patterns, and that the council seem to acknowledge, accept, in reference in their matter statements, and they mention it in various things, about this footloose growth, and that it's acceptable that the city region are going to absorb that footloose growth. Clearly, that's going to add to unsustainable patterns of travel in terms of climate change. You're going to end up with people moving out of Sheffield and travelling into the city, and that can't support that same reason and purpose as to why they don't want to release any greenbelt. In terms of BNG, I support and agree. I think we need to remember that other policies within the plan, national policies, support BNG now, and 10% increase in gains in biodiversity. And I think the third point I'd make in terms of the outdoor city is that there's no evidence to suggest why the city's reputation wouldn't be maintained through Greenbelt release. It's a comment that's been made, as other people have said. The point of the requirement of Greenbelt compensatory improvements would surely enhance accessibility to the Greenbelt, which is what the council say they're trying to retain. There's also no evidence to suggest that by implementing all the other policies within the plan in terms of good design, BNG, open space, accessibility, that the reputation and access to the open city can't actually be maintained through Greenbelt release. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, let's move on to the next bullet point then. And this is the council's point that they're saying that sites on the edge of the city would result in unsustainable patterns of development. Perhaps you could just explain the position to me in a bit more detail.
Yes, I think I started on this. I was clearly too eager earlier this morning. I think going back to the conversation we had earlier about the role and function of pieces of land within the Greenbelt, I was talking specifically about the Greenbelt review this morning, but clearly there are other indicators that you could consider. I don't think we're necessarily saying that each piece of land on the edge of the urban area would necessarily be unsustainable. Those are a great variety of locations with different strengths and weaknesses in terms of sustainability. I would refer again back to the framework on paragraph 142 directing us to consider the importance of channeling urban regeneration in the first instance. We've made the point already that sites that are further from the centre have less advantageous access in terms of whatever travel means you might use to access jobs, services and facilities, etc. And that adding on to existing suburban areas isn't necessarily the best approach to considering infrastructure provision. I think, going back to the point that Mr Bolton made a moment ago, that certain sites might be more sustainable than others. Some sites might well be sustainable. In the first instance, and as a prior consideration, the framework does require us, as a strategic policy-making authority, to consider the consequences for sustainable development of channeling our development into urban areas. Policy recognises that this is a good thing, but crucially that's reflected again, as Ms Reid pointed out, in Part E of paragraph 138, which in itself sets out the purposes of the Green Belt. I think unless we've got anything else to add there, that's all on that one.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to comment on this issue about unsustainable patterns of development of sites on the edge? Mr Hobson.
Hello. Just to say, and just to reiterate the fact about the fact that the review, the Greenbelt review, was a starting point, and it doesn't then follow on that actually the sustainability of these sites on the edge of the settlements have actually been assessed. So there hasn't been a complete analysis. So it's then difficult to actually compile evidence and assess that in terms of the soundness of the local plan. So I think the local authority need to go back to the drawing board in terms of the evidence and assessment to actually answer that question as to whether the sites are either unsustainable or are sustainable in terms of their pattern of development.
Yes, I mean, we touched on this yesterday. So one of the outcomes, one of the actions that the council has added to its list is to do some further work looking at small site options on the edge of the green belt, or in the green belt, but on the edge of the urban area that they indicated hadn't been appraised. So that's in the action list already. Just because I know that you weren't here yesterday, you may have missed that. Mr Good, you're next.
I also wasn't here yesterday, ma'am, and was going to raise a very similar point. So maybe I'll hold that until we've seen what that tells us. But it was the point that I was going to make, was that it almost appeared that the council was suggesting that Greenbelt means a site isn't sustainable, but the two aren't interconnected necessarily. They might have some linkages, but they're not necessarily interconnected. And I think that's the big issue for us. It's not a case that every Greenbelt site is unsustainable. Some will be sustainable, and in fact some will be more sustainable than some of the sites that are chosen that are outside of the Greenbelt. And it's that point we were going to make, ma'am. But as you've said, we'll wait and see what happens.
Thank you very much, Mr Edgley.
I think there's the sort of discussions that we heard yesterday around that work the council has been asked to do, and yet to undertake, clearly shows that evidence isn't there for the examination. So that then does sort of lead you to wonder what the kind of next steps are for the examination. Obviously, that's kind of considerations to go over the next period of time. But we also heard yesterday around the sort of planning judgments that the council have taken, and I think some of these fundamentally seem to be quite misplaced. In balancing and picking up that last point around how if it's in a green belt, does that mean it's unsustainable? So I think that the further work that the council will be undertaking, and then reflecting on their planning judgments as they've made so far, will be quite helpful for everybody around the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Rose.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I was here yesterday, so I'll just keep this brief. So obviously it's all about evidence before you, ma'am. Clearly, as we went through and concluded yesterday, the evidence is before you, ma'am, isn't before you, ma'am, around the assessment of smaller sites and the implications of those sites and how that has informed the process that we have got to where we are today. That evidence isn't here and isn't in the examination. But I think just coming back to the council, obviously have a very narrow view in terms of para 142 and around the need to promote sustainable patterns of development, because obviously, I think it's later on your agenda as well, Mum, but obviously the second sentence says strategic policy making authority should consider the consequences for sustainable of channeling development towards urban areas inside the Greenbelt boundary, towards towns and villages inset within the Greenbelt, or towards locations beyond the outer Greenbelt boundary. So that comes back to the point, Mum, which is what happens beyond that. I know that's later on your agenda, but clearly, and there's been multitude of studies done over the years around the impact of Greenbelt, leapfrogging, etc., and what is the implication of not meeting their need when there are appropriate sites that have been put forward to the council and are before the examination that can pick up some of that need, because there has to be a consequence of what happens when people who don't meet, who want to live here, who can't live here, who obviously go further and travel in. I know that's been mentioned on several occasions, but I thought I'd just pick that up because it's a very narrow reading of Para 142, because that is literally the council's defence. Thank you, Mum.
Thank you very much. Okay, I've got no more questions under that item. Let's move on to bullet.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Ms Stevens.
It's really, really quick. Just to follow up on Mr Rose's point there, obviously paragraph 142 says what it says, but it is worth reminding ourselves that the part of that where it says, where it has been concluded that it is necessary to release Greenbelt land for development, i.e. where exceptional circumstances have been developed, plans should give first consideration to land which has been previously developed and or is well served by public transport. That's a fair point. We concluded that there aren't exceptional circumstances for Greenbelt release, and therefore we haven't got to the point of considering the relative merits of each and every sustainable potential location on small sites in the Greenbelt. I think that reiterates the point from yesterday, but I just wanted to make clear that when you read only part of a paragraph, as Mr Rose was pointing out, we were only reading part of it, he was also only reading part of it, in the round, that's the next step when it has been concluded that there's a case to be made for Greenbelt release.
But obviously you have got one Greenbelt release, so you have said that there are exceptional circumstances in that respect, haven't you?
Yes, we have found that there's exceptional circumstances in that instance, and then that follows the rest of that sentence. We then look to previously developed sites in sustainable locations which that site meets that criteria.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to the third bullet point then. To what degree is retention of all Greenbelt land necessary to deliver regeneration in the central area and other brownfield sites in the city? And I think this is sort of linking back to Purpose E, isn't it? And the council was obviously promoting that strongly earlier this morning. It's really just picking up really because I think there are one or two around the table who've mentioned the issue of, well, are there different markets going on in Sheffield, that actually is there a need to retain all Greenbelt land in order to promote regeneration in the city centre? I'm just interested in the council's view on that angle.
Thank you. Obviously, I don't want to go too deeply into the case of different markets because I feel that's going to overlap with the housing typologies and affordability matters that's being picked up.
Well, please, if you answer, I'm sure others might be mentioning
I'm sure
it as well.
We're interested in what we have to say. So I suppose just as a first point, I'm not going to reread them for you, but drawing your attention back to the specific pieces of guidance that Ms Reid set out earlier around the PPG on housing and economic development needs assessment around considering the increase in the number of homes to be delivered through the urban uplift, and noting once again that in the first instance brownfield and other utilised urban sites should be prioritised, and on those sites density should be optimised. I think this brings us back to the point that's reiterated in the ministerial statement as well, about the fact that first urban centres are best served by existing infrastructure, and that building more homes in cities and urban centres means making the best use of brownfield land, of which there continues to be large quantities in our urban areas. I think we might have touched on this yesterday, but it highlights that the purpose of the policy uplift is to support urban regeneration. There remains really substantial capacity within the urban area of Sheffield, a point noted by the fact that when we carried out our central city centre capacity study to inform work on the issues and options, we were able to identify significant large amounts of land in excess of what we'd previously identified, and that then rolled forward into work that we carried out on priority neighbourhood framework areas to take account of more practically on the ground, how can new communities be built that look different to some of the communities we already have in the city centre in terms of typology, mechanisms for delivery and placemaking. I think it's really important that we are able to take the best opportunity that we can of that significant investment that's going into central locations to ensure that those sustainable communities can be developed. I'm sure we'll refer this back to this many times, but we've recently been given funding through Homes England for £67 million for development of one priority location down at Neepsend and Furnace Hill, with an additional amount of funding there to deliver affordable housing, with a focus on those locations being not just a further growth of typical city centre developments, but a wider mix of housing typologies to broaden that market. I think it's worth pointing out that this growth needs to be consistent with the NPPF, and again, not to get stuck on the record, paragraph E of 138, part E of paragraph 138 is really clear about how the purpose of the Green Belt is to assist in regeneration by encouraging recycling of land. And I think what we feel is at this point in time, with the plan that we've got, with the delivery that we've got going, and with the mechanisms we've got in place to bring forward new communities within the urban area, we need to give those the opportunity to work before we take the eye off the ball and start looking at extensions elsewhere. I think a point that I'm not going to get into in detail now because I don't have the maths in front of me, but we will surely discuss when we come back to this in September, is to consider Sheffield's housing market as a whole. I know there is a very specific a very specific part of the market that's interested in new homes, and that's right, and that's why we're all here today. But we mustn't forget that the market for housing in Sheffield, for people to choose where they live, doesn't discount that which is already in existence. We have large suburbs in Sheffield full of family homes. They're not necessarily in short supply. And in relation to other urban areas, we're relatively consistent in the sort of typology and mix of housing that is provided in Sheffield. Does anybody else want to come in with any extra points that I might have missed? Simon does.
Mr. Vincent?
Yeah, just a very brief point. I mean, I think it's being characterised by some around the table that, you know, Sheffield is only going to be building houses in the central area. Well, that's not the case. There are 18,000 homes approximately in the rest of the urban area as well, and many of those will be delivering family-type housing.
Thank you very much. Right, we'll go around the table, but I will start from the other end. So, Mr. Coop, you can at least go first and not have to repeat what everyone said.
Wasn't expecting that. Regeneration, yes, absolutely, but not at the expense of everything else. The NPPF, paragraph 62, talks about the size, type, tenure of housing needs, providing a mix of housing for, including not limited to, families with children. That means clearly family housing is recognised to be very, very important. The Council's Housing and Economic Land Availability Assessment, exam 3A, shows that the city centre in 2022-2023 delivered 41% of gross housing dwelling completions, 702, of which only 36 were houses. And the council's SMAR HS05 indicates high demand for larger dwellings, semi-detached, detached, family type housing. The simple fact is that there is an inconsistency with a concentration of development in the city in a brownfield-led approach and the need to satisfy family housing and the need to meet family housing. Nobody is denying the importance of brownfield development. Nobody is denying the importance of urban regeneration. But I go back to my starting point. That's important, but not at the expense of everything else, i.e. not at the expense of meeting the identified housing need that exists and meeting the need for specific groups. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Good.
Thank you. I thought I was going to get my point in first, but I'm not going to do anyway, and I've just been beaten to the punch, but never mind. I will keep it very brief in that case. I think one of the things we must remember, we're talking urban regeneration, and the council are saying, well, you know, if we didn't have the uplift, we'd be fine. Well, that's not actually the case as well, because without the uplift, they're still not meeting need. So what happens to those people? Now, the uplift was brought in to encourage growth across the country because Sheffield isn't an island. It is part of the wider country, and there are excessive needs for housing throughout the country. And part of the government's rationale for the cities were because those are areas where they could see most growth. And that didn't necessarily be exactly within the urban centres themselves. It can be on the fringes of those. The second point I was going to make was around the type and tenure, which has just been quite well explained to you, but I will reiterate that the SHMA itself identifies that the future demand for detached property is around 28% of that need, 35% for semi-detached, and only 20% for flats and apartments. Given the significance of the city centre, the types of development we're going to get in the city centre, I don't see how that squares with what their own evidence is telling them.
Thank you very much. Mr Key.
Yeah, thanks, Mum. My first, I'm going to just make one quick point and then just direct you to some paragraphs in our hearing statement for this session. So the first point I just want to make is, it doesn't matter where you are in the country, no one can really credibly say that you can deliver on housing needs and deliver a housing supply that reflects those needs in overall numbers terms and in type terms by delivering an oversupply of a certain product or a certain type of housing. You need a balanced approach, and that means a balanced portfolio of land to help do that. A lot of the big great northern cities have had a similar debate in their local plan processes in recent years, and I'm sure you're broadly aware of those. But I wanted to, in our statement for this session, I just wanted to direct you really to, it's originally under your question 6, but that's paragraphs 2.5.1 to 2.5.7. And in there we talk, there's a lot of data. I don't really want to go into it right now because it'll take forever, but it's about market signals largely. And you'll see in the footnotes to those paragraphs all the references in terms of the examination documents that they have come from. And I think, can I just leave it that when you're writing up this session and you're reflecting on all of this, that you maybe just revisit those paragraphs. I think you'll find that helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Mr Edgerly.
Thank you. Clearly the council are trying to, quite rightly encourage and promote that sort of urban regeneration and renewal. But I think, again, a point I made really early on today, I think the plans missed that opportunity to go further. And I think, the sites, despite, Mr Vincent's comment around the number of houses across the wider area, which are maybe targeting different types, is kind of quite helpful. But I think ultimately the numbers are still too low. And through providing a greater flexibility, a greater range of sites, I think you actually get a much better result. I pick up some of the points that have been made already. I don't think anyone is necessarily arguing that focus on urban regeneration and renewal is a bad thing. It's just actually let's take that and let's go further. The variety of sites, would obviously mean would appeal to different parts of the market, different parts of the development industry, but also through that you provide. You can potentially provide a greater range of infrastructure, a greater range of services, a greater choice and flexibility over the plan period. And I think that's the obvious thing missing from the council's approach here is that positivity, that flexibility, and that ability for the plan to have a longevity. At the moment, I think it's kind of really limited, and I think everyone would agree that developing on these previously developed land sites of urban regeneration and renewal, there's lots of challenges with that. We've just heard around the council receiving funding from Homes England or other potential sort of government agencies over the plan period. I think putting all your eggs into one basket around that sort of urban regeneration and renewal is potentially leading to a plan where we're sleepwalking into an area where actually the plan isn't going to deliver what it's actually setting out to do. Because if you just focus on too much of one thing, you're going to lead to a lack of choice, lack of viability, and lack of delivery over the plan period. And not to sort of necessarily be flippant of it, but too much of one thing is always bad. I think in all elements we do need a balance, and I think that balance in this instance, comes through the variety of sites across the plan area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bolton.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to my Matter 4 submission here, but I'll give you the references so you can look it up later. And I think there are three issues you're looking for. One is, where's the evidence? And there are three, if you like, questions. One is, does the city centre provision meet the same demand as what would be met on the greenfield sites? Is that why you're restricting it? Because you're trying to push demand into the city centre where it would otherwise go to a greenfield site if it was available. That's the first point. And secondly is providing greenfield sites. Is there evidence that providing greenfield sites prevents or inhibits urban regeneration? Where's the evidence that that's actually true? Thirdly, are there other reasons why city centre sites are not coming forward other than that demand is being relocated? And taking those in order, firstly, Appendix 1 of our Matter 4 submission to you sets out in Table 4 on page 20 the demand for dwellings by size, type and tenure from the SHMA, and that's CD 905 and it's Table 8.1. That suggests that some 60% of demand is for semi-detached and detached properties. If one looks over the page on the same Matter 4 submission, page 21, Table 5, you will see that against the overall requirement or demand in Sheffield of 80% of the demand being for housing, you will see that over the years from 2015 to 2020, the supply has been the highest that's been met. Well, it's all been under 50% basically, so that 80% is just not being met in the past. So there would appear to be a mismatch of supply and demand. And we are in a process. This plan has not come out of the blue. We have had 20 years of urban concentration in Sheffield. You've heard the Greenbelt has not been reviewed for well over 30 years. So the process of urban concentration is not new in Sheffield. It is one that has been ongoing. If you look at figure 1 on page 22 of my Matter 4 submission, you will see that the median price of new apartments in the city ward, so that's the city centre, has, over the period 2009 to 2020, not increased. There's been no increase in the value of those properties for over a decade. That would suggest that demand for those properties is being met, and I would suggest actually is more than being met. If one compares that to figure 2 on page 22, and you look at the prices of detached, semi-detached, terraced and flats, what you'll see there is that the price of houses in Sheffield has all increased, and the price of detached properties has gone up far faster than anything else. Now, I'm not a qualified economist, but laws of supply and demand would tend to suggest that when you've got differential increase in prices, it is an indication of where demand is most strong. So the position is that I would put to you that what's being proposed in the city centre is meeting a different need to that which is required overall. It meets some of the need, but not all of it. Therefore, restricting the provision of family housing will not increase the rate at which city centre sites come forward, because it's effectively looking at a different a different market. As discussed, I think accepted by Sheffield City Council themselves, it's mentioned in some of their consultation documents, they expect family housing to be met outside of the city boundaries. The other point to make, and this is in on page 10 of my submission on this matter, is that there are other reasons for sites in the city centre not coming forward. And I would draw your attention to the whole plan viability document, and in particular tables 10.2a to 10.2f and appendix 18, which tends to demonstrate it's not competition from greenfield sites, but that there is a systematic viability issue with many sites in many areas of the city, and they include the city centre, east and northeast, Manor, Arbourthorne, Gleadless, Urban West, Stocksbridge, Deepcar, rural Upper Don Valley, Chapeltown, Ecclesfield. So there are significant viability problems which will not be resolved by simply restricting the provision of family housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Ma'am. Just a couple of quick points on this. Obviously, we're looking at, restricting Greenbelt to deliver regeneration in the central and other brownfield sites. So, but I just thought I'd just touch back on the point that Ms. Stevens came back on earlier. Obviously, Ms. Stevens obviously highlighted the following sentence, which is where it has been concluded it's necessary to release Greenbelt land. Plans should give first consideration to land which has been previously developed and or is well served by public transport. I thought I'd just highlight that it says first consideration. It's not the only consideration. It's the first consideration. That's why we're here talking about other types of sites that are either previously developed or, as section 11 of the NPPF, paragraph 120 about making effective use of land, 120 stem C talks about appropriate opportunities to remediate despoiled, degraded, derelict, contaminated or unstable land, or as we're also talking about is greenfield land as well. Clearly, we're talking about restricting greenbelt release in terms of regeneration here, around 138 stem E. But obviously, as we've already highlighted, the council have already deemed exceptional circumstances to release a site in the greenbelt, a suburban site in the greenbelt, which clearly they feel doesn't harm the regeneration of the urban centre for 270 homes. So we need consistency and clarity on that, and the evidence for doing so. Obviously, we revert back to the Greenbelt review, and as the council admitted earlier, that was the lowest scoring, or a low scoring, against some of the purposes when they assessed that site several years ago in this Greenbelt review. So clearly there needs to be consistency across the board. Obviously we'll come back to that next week in terms of the decision making. But it's all about balance. It's all about, as you've touched on, and others around the table, in terms of housing market areas and the Sheffield city at large, and around how you deliver that growth. Other authorities, other areas, obviously balance releasing Greenbelt and also use Greenbelt to deliver regeneration and investment into the city, to be visionary, aspirational, as the NPPF directs. There are obviously parts we've obviously appended to our hearing statements around Stocksbridge and about the housing market in Stocksbridge and how it actually needs to diversify the housing mix, how it needs family housing, how it needs placemaking and regeneration to assist it. It's not trying to detract or to take away from the regeneration of those urban sites, but it's to add value, and that's what this is about. It's about adding value, and where the evidence is, where only one site has been considered to tick the box, but even when I go through this, which we'll touch back on, other sites score similarly, but it's all about the balance that needs to be taken here, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr Bolton, you wish to come back in?
Yes, only very, very quickly. And it's just to give you a heads up, in our Greenbelt matters, we've identified the level of land ownership of the City Council around the boundaries of the city, and certainly the release of their Greenbelt sites would not only allow the provision of 40% affordable housing on some quite large sites, but also provide a significant boost to the coffers of the local authority, who could use that to reinvest and make the unviable city centre sites viable.
Thank you very much. Mr Vincent, I see you have your nameplate up. Would you like to come in?
Yes, it was just really to respond to a couple of the points that Mr Bolton had made. First of all, he raised the question, is there evidence to show that the release of Greenfield would prevent brownfield delivery? Well, I think we'll go back to the government clearly thinks that is a factor, because otherwise why would we have paragraph 138 part E, so the government clearly thinks that protecting greenbelts is important to delivering urban regeneration. And just another point really in terms of the permanence of greenbelts. Again, Mr Bolton was saying that there hasn't been a greenbelt review, I think he said, for over 30 years. Well, paragraph 137 is very clear that one of the characteristics of greenbelts is their permanence. So permanence is important. And the third point I just wanted to make was really around the fact that we do need to consider Sheffield as part of a wider market area. I'll just make, and this will probably come up again tomorrow, but Sheffield's housing market doesn't operate in isolation, and there are some significant sites, most notably in Rotherham, and I'm particularly going to point to the Waverley development, which is providing significant amounts of family housing, which is actually closer to the centre of Sheffield than parts of Sheffield. So, it's nearer to the city centre than, say, Stocksbridge or Chapeltown. So I just wanted to make that point, that there is the need to consider issues across the wider market area. But again, that's something I'm sure we'll come back to tomorrow. Thank you.
We will be obviously touching on housing need at a later session now, affordable housing need as well. But Mr Bolton did refer to some evidence from your SHMA, your Strategic Housing Market Assessment, regarding the mix of need. And I think there was a quote of 80% demand for housing, 60% demand for semi-detached properties. Could you just sort of outline for me how you think the council's strategy then of sort of urban focus, city centre, but also urban regeneration will deliver that proportion?
I'll start with this one, but others may wish to pick up the point if I go awry. I think, first of all, obviously we've got to acknowledge that the SHMARD does reflect our evidence base. In particular, it reflected a large-scale survey of people across the city, the types of housing that they'd aspire to live in. I think it's convenient for others to take delivery of new housing as the sole indicator of the homes that people can aspire to live in. So once again, I reiterate the point that I made previously about the entire market meets housing needs. I haven't got the maths in front of me, but I'm sure that Mr. Bolton's or whoever's maths it was correct around the amount of people who would like to live in a detached or a semi-detached property. I think what that reflects is that, yes, there are a lot of people who still aspire to live in what might be typical suburban style housing. Just to reiterate the point, we're not getting rid of that. That's still going to be there within our housing mix and typologies mix within the city. I think a critical point actually is going back to the original question around whether green belt release would deflect away from the regeneration of the central area. I think one of the key points is that we're trying to deliver a different mix on some of those pieces of land within the city centre to broaden that mix so that there is a new market emerging. Obviously, the market is only going to contribute a small, well, not that small, but a proportion of the overall housing market. But what we are seeking to do is widen that. I think it is also worth focusing on the fact that whilst we've been having this conversation, we allude to the central urban area a lot, which is true. That's the primary focus for our regeneration. Mr. Vincent did make the point earlier that isn't where our site allocations all are located. We do have suburban site allocations. I think in particular, in relation to Mr. Rose's point about Stocksbridge's housing market, there are a number of sites up there that are allocated and also which have permission but aren't allocated, numbering several hundred homes, which will be typical suburban-style family homes. So I think we mustn't let our attention drift from the fact that across the city there are a number of different typologies of allocations, both those that will deliver outright typical family homes, those which might not, those which deliver, which we intend to deliver new forms of community for new forms of living as populations evolve. I think just a couple of final points before I pass back to any of my colleagues. I think Mr. Bolton's point about the fact that Greenbelt release wouldn't prevent city centre sites from coming forward, that's other factors relating to viability. Obviously, we're going to come back to viability at a later point, but I think that's slightly, again, to misjudge the evidence. City centre sites are coming forwards. We've already alluded to actually the number of sites that have been delivering in the city centre over the last couple of years. So you can't at once hold the point that they're not coming forward because they're not viable, but they're also coming forward as the vast majority of the completions. Those 2 points can't be both true at the same time. I think that was all I wanted to say, but I find that other people might want to pick up on points I've made or not made very clearly.
Yes, if I can just come in, I just want to perhaps draw attention to paragraphs 3.7.3 to 3.7.5 in our statement, where we just refer to the proportion of apartments within Sheffield's overall housing stock at the moment. So Sheffield, compared to other core cities, has fewer apartments than other core cities. You would, of course, expect cities to have, being at the heart of a city region, to have more apartments in their stock than perhaps some of the surrounding districts. But Sheffield has 25% apartments, which is the second lowest of all the core cities, which is set out in the table in 3.7.4 of our statement. And also, it is worth, of course, making the point that new homes make up a relatively small percentage of the total house sales every year. So Sheffield does have a substantial stock of existing family housing, and these do make up the larger proportion of properties that are available every year. So providing, demographically, we're seeing a trend towards smaller households as well. So providing more apartments or smaller properties, potentially within the central area and potentially in other locations as well, does provide opportunities for people to downsize, freeing up larger family stock. So those were just some points I think was worth making, which are set out in more detail in our statement.
Okay, I mean, obviously we will come back to viability and we will come back to, I think, the housing mix in later sessions. So if I could ask you to sort of restrict your comments on those matters for now. If there's anything specific you really have a burning need to say on this, though, please go ahead. Mr. Coop.
In one sentence, we just heard a comment about smaller households lead to smaller dwellings. I think the evidence is very clear that's not the case. We shouldn't conflate smaller households with a demand for smaller dwellings, because it doesn't work like that.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Bolton, did you want to come back on something the council said about your evidence that you quoted?
Yes, but much of it will be dealt with by the next session when we deal with housing mix, so I will leave some of it till then. Just on that point, there is some evidence that actually smaller dwellings lead to smaller households, because people's household size, their choices to procreate are actually impacted by the affordability of housing, and indeed by the availability of space. So that's the first thing. The other thing is, and I've heard Sheffield run this out before, they keep on saying, well, there's plenty of family housing out in the city as there is. Well, there is, but there's people living in it. I'm one of them. Where am I going to go if that's got to be given up to meet new demand? That I don't think is the evidence. The other point about comparing Sheffield to some of the other cities, I'm not sure that is really of a appropriate comparison, partly because Sheffield contains, if you like, a much wider area in terms of the type of housing stock than some of the other cities used here, and I think there is a difference in the housing market and what people look for. So the council's SMAR evidence is quite clear, and the suggestion that there is a couple of hundred family houses up in Stocksbridge, and that there's some 1,800 potential family houses coming as a result of the allocations being made, is minuscule compared to even what the council say they're going to meet, and is certainly way below anything that would be a reasonable proportion of the actual overall objectively assessed need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move on then to the fourth bullet point, if that's okay. Just because we're quite sort of against the timing, the clock. So this is the point about constraints relating to the value of the landscape around the western edge of the city, and I guess this is coming out of the council's landscape character and green belt capacity study, probably in particular. Obviously, I recognise that that study identifies some quite high value areas of land on the west of the city, but I'm assuming that there are other areas, particularly perhaps on the east or elsewhere, that could have been looked at in terms of being more feasible in landscape terms to accommodate development. Is that the case?
Thank you. I think, as with the conversation this morning about the Greenbelt Review, obviously there are sites in different locations that perform differently, and that's going to be down to their own specifics. Just as a broad introduction, the landscape character assessment is a considered assessment of quite a wide range of factors that indicate a landscape's relative capacity to absorb development. I'm not going to go through those now, but including different lengths of views and the typology of the landscape that's being considered. The main assessment is at GB08 with the addendum at GB07, and just for ease, Appendix 3 in the addendum includes the rankings for all of the sites, including both the main study and the addendum. Just for clarity, the wording used within that ranking, the ratings table, where sites are denoted as low, for example, that relates to sites where the impact of development on the landscape would be greater, i.e. the capacity of the landscape to absorb development is low. I think taking the western side of the city in as a case in point, I think a bit like the Greenbelt Review, that there will be some sites on the other side of the city that have a low capacity to absorb development, and there will be some sites on the western side of the city that have a relatively higher capacity to absorb development, and that's primarily due to, for example, topographical factors, is that the right word? The length of views and the types of landscape that they impact on. So, for example, there are maps towards the end of that document, that's Appendix 2. Unfortunately, the maps in the Appendix do only, the annex, wrong word, Addendum, do only show the scores for the sites that were considered through the Addendum. But you can see that there are yellow sites where there is a medium capacity to absorb development on both the west and the east side of the city. I think, just going back to your point, which did question the value of the western side of the city in particular, I don't think we can make sweeping statements about the value of all of the landscape everywhere in the western side of the city, because it's obviously a really large area. But importantly, it does form in places part of the fringe landscape of the Peak District National Park, which in turn can impact the setting of the national park. Obviously, landscapes don't stop at the boundary necessarily, and open land can form part of the transitional landscape in which the greenbelt is effectively protecting urban encroachment that might harm the setting of the national park. I'm going to refer to a document here that isn't in our exam documents. Please let me know if you'd like us to provide it. It's quite an old one, although the landscapes don't change a great deal. And this is the Peak District's own landscape character assessment, which is in a number of parts. This is part 5 particularly, which is the Dark Peak Yorkshire Fringe, which considers a whole range of factors relating to that type of landscape, which forms the majority of the area where there's a boundary with Sheffield, although not all of it. And that does note that the demand for both local affordable housing and national housing targets means that there could be a pressure to increase development in the area, and that clearly this would affect the character of the landscape, both in those areas within the national park and those areas outside of the park boundary. So we've got clear direction there that there are elements of the landscape, and I'd use the word elements, not every single part, clearly, which do play an important role in that fringe landscape. Obviously, the setting of the national park is on the western side of the city. That's just where it is, as a matter of fact. That's not to say that there aren't some areas of land on the eastern side of the city where there are landscapes with a lower capacity to absorb development, and vice versa. Does that help?
Yes, thank you very much. Does anyone else around the table want to comment on the issue of landscape? Mr. Bolton.
Thank you. In terms of the initial preliminary landscape character assessment, that didn't identify sites of significant landscape value. That's the first point to note. In terms of the addendum that was carried out, that, as it's just been alluded to, only dealt with the 32 sites that the council had identified. And on the verge of lunchtime, I'm going to agree with the council in that not all sites on the western side have the same landscape impact, and not all sites on the eastern side have the same. And when one does these appraisals, one's looking at fairly large blocks of land, and when one comes to assess whether a site is appropriate, you need to look at the site itself, which comes back to the point you made yesterday, that if you are going down the road of exceptional circumstances being proven, then both impact on greenbelt and impact on landscape will be part of that assessment, to be balanced against the other benefits that something might bring. And I think I'll leave it there for a change.
Can I just...
Thank you.
May I just issue a clarification, because the numbering in the submission documents isn't awfully helpful here for the understanding. The preliminary landscape character assessment is GB05, and that's an earlier report, which doesn't, as Mr. Bolton pointed out, doesn't give any value, doesn't ascribe any value to landscapes. It just is descriptive, and it parcels up effectively Sheffield's greenbelt and countryside areas into different typologies. The addendum, as Mr. Bolton rightly pointed out, does only consider 30-odd sites. The main landscape piece of work is the one that I noted earlier. I've lost my notes. Is GB08. Unhelpfully, it's sequentially incorrect. And that does give scoring to all of the other parcels that are in the Greenbelt review. So so there is full coverage in terms of landscape character assessment of those sites. The addendum just picks up a smaller number of sites from a later piece of work.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mum. Just picking up, I think I made some of these points earlier, so I won't repeat. Just wanted to direct you back to our answer to question 3.4. And obviously, because we're talking about landscape now, so your notes were in place. Obviously, we went back through 11, whatever it was called, 11B, footnote 7, which obviously talks about the designations around the presumption in favour of sustainable development, because that's what we're talking about here. And obviously our hearing statement, which obviously highlights, you know, there are no AMBs, there's nothing large and strategic that precludes them from a landscape perspective, whether it's a triple SI or an AOMB. Around the edges of Sheffield, clearly that's what directs in terms of the NPPF and the presumption. When you go through footnote 7, around how you can actually look at different numbers, etc. But obviously then you start touching back on chapter 15, I think, in terms of conserving the natural environment. Obviously it talks about valued landscapes. I don't think we're talking about valued landscapes here in the strictest sense of the word. So I think, as you've rightly picked up, Mum, and obviously as we look through the sites, and obviously they've not been appraised individually or assessed, I don't think there's any evidence before you, Mum, which can actually, in terms of your answer, constraining development around landscape around the city. I don't think there's any evidence that says that you can do, that is the right approach, Ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vincent, did you wish to come back in?
Yes, just a brief point. I mean, I think it's just worth highlighting that, you know, I think your question was about are there areas sort of other, on perhaps the eastern side of the city, not the western side of the city, which might be of lower value. There is, of course, less green belt in Sheffield on the eastern side of the city because the urban area, the built-up area, is closer to the local authority boundary. So I suppose, you know, it could be argued that actually some of that green belt, certainly to the people of Sheffield who live in those areas, is extremely important because it's more limited. The people on the western side have more extensive green belt that they can access. So I think that, you know, that's certainly a point that has been made to us several times by our members, that, you know, the green belt on the eastern side is very important to local people.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Stevens, you've still got your nameplate up. Okay. Right, I think that probably takes us on then to item 7. We'll push on with this and see where we get to in terms of taking a lunch break. So this is the issue about the housing requirement figure of 35,530 and then its relationship to urban capacity. So obviously that you've indicated that's how the figure was selected, that it's an urban capacity based figure, obviously plus site SS17 as well. If you could just explain to me how you've identified the exact figure of 35,530. Was it based on an assessment of urban capacity at the time the plan was prepared? Because obviously the latest housing supply figures, which you have, thank you for giving those to me at short notice, indicate that there's a slightly larger, higher figure in terms of the current estimated urban capacity over the whole plan period. So if you could just explain how you came up with your figure as a starting point. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So yes, just to clarify, so the housing requirement figure is the whole urban area as set out in Table 1 of document CD34, which accompanies policy H1. I suppose just to make the point that yes, that is in relation to the urban capacity at the point in time of submission, and the figures are taken from the 2022 HELA, which is document HS01, table 19 and 20. So just for clarity, though that total figure of 35,530 is made up of, at that point in time, 630 homes remaining capacity on large sites with planning permission that we hadn't proposed as an allocation. And then the bulk of the figure is made from the proposed allocated sites, and that includes SS17, Norton Aerodrome, And then it also includes an allowance for small sites with planning permission and windfall sites, which is 200 homes a year, totaling 3,400. And then in addition, it's the estimated supply, which we'll probably come to in matter 4, about broad locations for growth and windfalls, and that's 4,675 homes, which gets you to the total. So just to be clear, the housing requirement figure in relation to urban capacity, it is the urban capacity figure as set out in the 2022 HELA.
Can you just give me the document reference for that, please? I missed that.
Certainly, yeah. So for the 2022 HELA, it's document HSO1, and it's table 19 and 20 of that document.
If you just bear with me, I'll just get that up on the screen. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I can see that. Does anyone else around the table wish to comment on that figure and how it was derived? Okay. Right, I don't have any other questions under item 7. So if we move on to item 8, and this is the relationship between housing growth, jobs growth and employment land provision in the plan. So turning to the Council's hearing statement, in paragraph 3.2.3, you indicate that not meeting full housing need and delivering the housing requirement of 35,000 or so will not harm Sheffield's economic growth strategy. So I've just got a couple of questions about what the evidence shows. I just want to check my understanding of the Council's forecasts and figures, and then I'll bring in others around the table. So to start off, as I've set out under the first bullet point under item 8, the question is, what is the Council's identified jobs growth target? Is it the one that's related to the policy on scenario? I just wasn't entirely clear.
Thank you. For this part, I'm going to introduce Paul McColgan from Iceni Projects.
Hi, ma'am. Just to answer your initial question, the jobs target is the 43,000 new jobs to be created across the plan period, as set out in the foreword of the local plan itself. That's actually just a rounded version of the jobs target, which was set out initially in the strategic economic plan, but is repeated across a number of documents, including the regional statement of common ground, which is DC 05, and that figure can be found in table 4 in the annex on page 29. It was also tested in the latest version of the Employment Land Review update produced by Litchfields, and that is scenario 3 within that document. And then within our document itself, the document produced by Iceni, I should say, which is HS06, also known as the Housing, Economic Growth and Demographic Modelling Report. And again, that was referred to, as you suggested, as the policy on past trend scenario, which was effectively 2,550 jobs per annum, as set out in table 7.2, which in total equals 43,350 jobs. But as I mentioned earlier, the 43,000 jobs is really just a rounding of that particular figure.
Okay, thank you for that. So just to clarify, the total figure you just quoted, 43,350, that's over the plan period, is it?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 22 to 2039.
Yeah, and that equates to 2,550 jobs per annum.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Moving on then just to the second bullet point before I ask for comments around the table. The jobs-led dwelling forecast. So obviously you have you have your policy on forecasting work, don't you, which is set out in the demographic modelling work and the employment land review. And it identifies a housing requirement of, I think it's 2,217 to 2,323 homes per annum. So this is set out on in table 7.5 in the demographic modelling report. So I can see where those two figures obviously come from, but just turning to the council's hearing statement, paragraph 3.2.3, there's reference to a figure of 1,994. Could you just explain to me where that figure comes from?
Yes. The 1,994 comes from the tables. Effectively, there is a section. If I can draw your attention to the part of the report which actually looks at a sensitivity analysis, where we look at sensitivities around economic activity rates. Within that report, it's table 8.6.
What page, sorry?
It's on page 44. And what that shows us is that the policy on scenario, which is the fourth line down, that results in 1,994 dwellings per annum. If I may, I can take you through all the steps on how we get to that particular figure, if that helps, or indeed the range.
If you can just summarise for me where what sensitivity testing took place then to get that figure of 1,994.
No problem at all. So just to be clear from the outset, the housing requirement itself is not a jobs-led dwelling forecast or an economic-led housing need, which is what's been said. But I think that's been clearly set out prior to that. The purpose of this report really is to review whether economic growth is constrained unduly by the housing requirement, and ultimately the answer to that is no. The jobs-led dwelling forecast, or the economic-led housing need, as you noted and as stated within the hearing statement, is between 1,994 and 2,323 dwellings per annum, and both of those are based on our policy on scenario, which was what we just discussed in terms of the overall number of jobs to be generated. In both cases, they're based on a commuting sensitivity, which uses a 1-to-1 ratio. I'll get onto that in a second. I'll just go through each of the steps, if I may. Those are set out, as you suggested, that range is set out from table 7.5 and table 8.6 of our report, which I've got in front of you, but for the benefit of the rest of the audience, it's HS06 within the document references. So the range itself reflects different assumptions on the economic activity rates, and also that the housing requirement sits within that range of 2,090 dwellings per annum. In detail, the economic-led housing need takes into account economic activity rates. Our modelling assumes greater numbers of women and retirement-age people continuing to work, as have been the long-term trend. That really reflects what the Office of Budget Responsibility also have suggested. So the rates that we've drawn on are taken from those OBR rates. Now, in all cases, they're rebased to Sheffield because those are national rates, but we've rebased them to Sheffield and assumed the same growth from a slightly different starting point. As you mentioned, we've also run a sensitivity at Chapter 8, where we have looked at what the economic growth would be should Sheffield match the regional levels of economic activity rate. At this moment in time, it's slightly behind the regional level, and so the sensitivity assumes that by creating all of these additional jobs, the economic activity rates could draw a greater level of people into economic activity that aren't already economically active. We've also looked at commuting patterns. So when an area sees more people in commute for work than out commute for work, it may be the case that a higher level of jobs growth could be supported than just those taken up by local residents. In the case of Sheffield, the initial modelling assumes that for every 100 jobs that the economically active for every 100 jobs created in the city, the economically active resident population only needs to increase by 93.5. Essentially, for every 100 jobs created in the city, 93 of them will be taken up by Sheffield residents and 7 will be taken up by in-commuters. Reflecting the fact that the evidence was pointing towards a reduced levels of in-commuting into the city at the time of our report, and it's subsequently been confirmed by the 2021 census. We'd run a sensitivity whereby the ratio we assume is 1-to-1. In essence, Sheffield consumes its own smoke. Fewer jobs are created for the same growth in economically active resident population. As I mentioned, the 2021 commuting data has confirmed that there's... I should caveat that 2021 commuting data is not as good as previous versions. And that's purely
I think we can all appreciate that, yeah.
Yeah, and that was because it was taken at a time of partial lockdown. But what it does show is that the home working has increased and in-commuting and out-commuting have both decreased overall. It shows a slight change in the commuting ratio, nothing that would be significant. And in any case, because we have run that 1-to-1 sensitivity analysis, and that's what we rely on, it's really academic for the purposes of this discussion. The final adjustment that we've made is reflecting the fact that some people will hold down more than one job, and therefore the number of jobs supported will be slightly higher than the number of workers. In Sheffield, we have assumed that 3.8% of the workforce have more than one job, and that's really based on longer-term trends set out in ONS's annual population survey. As we have assumed the longer-term trends, it's unlikely that they will have changed significantly in the interim period since that work was published. Hope that covers all of the questions that you had.
Yes, I've got a couple of follow-up questions. So I can see where the figure of 1,994 comes from. So it's in table 8.6.
Yes.
So obviously there's another figure there of 1,892. Are you saying effectively though that the one-on-one commuting ratio you think is the better scenario?
I wouldn't say better or worse in particular, but I think for the case of positive planning, it would be reasonable for, and where there's a doubt in relation to the commuting patterns as they stand, then it's reasonable for us to, or for the council to assume that it would be consuming a greater degree of its own smoke rather than relying on neighbouring authorities to deliver labour force.
Thank you for that. That's a very useful sort of run through and explanation for me. My next question is possibly to one of your colleagues, and might be yourself really. It's just obviously if you take those sort of two figures then based on the one-on-one commuting ratio, so the figures of 1,994 and 2,323. What does that figure equate to over the plan period? So I haven't got my calculation in front of me. I've done the calculations myself in the past, but if you could just confirm for me your understanding.
We're taking a 17-year plan period. 1,994 times 17 is 33,898. I can't recall the other number. What was the other number? 2323.
39491.
39491. Both of those are over 17 years.
Thank you. Obviously, so that's so 33,000 to 39,000. So your housing requirement in the plan is 35,000 or so, but if you're talking, I'm presuming you're talking the net figure would apply here, wouldn't it? So is that right? So the comparison of that, it obviously lies within that range. Is there anything you wanted to say about that?
Within that, sensitivities around commuting, the housing requirement that's being planned for sits within that range. As I mentioned, there is a degree of uncertainty around the commuting patterns to be used, and that's really why we've looked at the one-to-one scenario as well. But as I mentioned, I wouldn't say it's necessarily better or worse than the others, but it's likely to sit somewhere within that range.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone else around the table wish to comment on this jobs-led dwelling forecast and what's just been discussed? Mr. Bolton.
Only a quick comment, and it's not. I understand. I love getting into these things, but I'm not going to today. In terms of the one-to-one commuting pattern, to be clear, that is one-to-one in terms of the new jobs created. It's not a one-to-one. Jobs to employed people within the city, so that there was still the existing commuting pattern is retained and unaltered, if you like. From the 2011 census, I think that's probably the more reliable in many ways. There is some 64,000 people commuting into the city, and I just want to suggest that when you look at what can be done about sustainable development in the city, although you might have a balance between new jobs and new homes, you still have issues in commuting to the city which could be improved.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Rose, you're next.
Thank you, Ma'am. It's an interesting thing to look at today, obviously in relation to housing, because obviously we haven't actually talked about employment yet, have we, in the employment need and the employment demand, which I know we've got next Tuesday. So I think it's something that, from my perspective, is interesting to come back to when you look at, the housing and employment balance. I know you're trying to look at that at the moment, and it was good. Mr. McColgan talked about what the purposes of that report were, but it wasn't actually there to look at the balance of housing and employment in that respect, Ma'am. So that's my caution there. Clearly, what we've been talking about is a jobs-led scenario and trying to work out what is the jobs growth, therefore what is the level of housing need. But obviously, as we will touch on, obviously the council aren't meeting the housing need and the housing demand. I mean, the employment need and the employment demand, around that, and there's a significant shortfall there. And this also always feels a little bit retrofitted. Clearly, the labour demand methodology isn't something that's typically taken forward. Clearly, you've got statements in terms of Savills, obviously in terms of ICENI, we've had them before as well, disputing the labour supply model. So it's not something that should be relied on or is methodologically strong, because clearly it's based on things like Experian data and things like that. The model that at the time that ICENI used clearly shows that there'll be a decrease. They were looking at a decrease in employment at the time. It was done post-COVID, so it's like, it's a point in time. It's interesting, but it's not something I think that can be relied upon here. Clearly, it points towards, actually, as you've picked up, that actually the flavour, that thing that you can look at and it overlaps with the Litchfield's report that comes in, but obviously the Litchfield's report, when it looks at, says that there needs to be more employment that comes through, clearly shows that actually there's a need for further housing. When you look at quite a few of the scenarios and some of the methods in terms of the policy on scenario around the 13, they need 39,500. But it's something which I just think there needs to be a significant level of caution when you look at this point in time until we've flowed through. And I think then from my perspective, there would be a useful discussion, debate around the balance when you get through to the end, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Coop.
Thank you. Excuse me. Looking at the data of this from July 2021, I'm a little bit surprised there's been no revised version or update to it, taking account of some of the census data. And I won't get started on my issues about commuting because everyone wants lunch. I'm also concerned that we've had some explanation of some of the approach, but a lot of the assumptions do seem to be slightly black box. In particular, the approach that's been taken in respect of headship and household formation. In paragraph 417, paragraphs preceding 417 of the ICENI report, so 414 onwards, there's a section, household representative rates, household formation. They comment on the, for 2018, subnational household projections, and say in paragraph 415, it would be fair to say the recent SNHP have come under some criticism, which is absolutely right. But then in paragraph 417, they go on to say, rather than rejecting the 2018 based SNHP, they've applied two approaches, which I'll come back to. It's worth bearing in mind the concerns about the 2018 household projections and the fact that government felt that they were not appropriate or useful for the purpose of standard methodology, and that we obviously still use the 2014 based household projections. And in short, that's essentially because the methodological approach was changed in the preparation of the 2016 and then rolled forward into the 2018 household projections. And rather than historically, as they did, look at every census point from 1971, they only look at the two census points from 2001, so 2001 and 2011, which rather than the 5 census points, which mathematically causes a problem, an average of 2 rather than an average of 5. But also, we all know what's happened to housing in that decade, 2001 to 2011. So it was with some surprise to see that ICENI felt it appropriate not to reject the 2018 based household projections, even though they've been pretty universally disregarded. And they set out in 417 their two model scenarios. Number one, using the 2018 based SNHP, and then secondly, using the 2018 SNHP with an adjustment to the 16 to 34 age group to, quote, correct for apparent suppression in household formation. My concern with the latter point is we have absolutely no idea what approach has been done, what adjustments have been done to correct that apparent suppression. And so the outputs that we have need to be treated with caution because we can't test fully the inputs. Now, all of this is relevant in respect of this consideration of the alignment between jobs and housing, because, of course, the way that people group themselves into households will impact on the number of dwellings that are required. So you can either work it forward, you start off with a population, how will they group themselves into houses, and how many houses do you need? Or you could work the other way, you have a number of houses, then you work backwards in terms of how many people will live there, and take an account of the things we've heard about, economic activity, unemployment, commuting, etc. How many jobs will those support? So ultimately, I think we need to treat this with an awful lot of caution because we just don't know how that crucial household formation approach has been tested.
Okay, thank you. It's obviously quite a technical point. Mr. McColgan, could you respond, please?
Yeah, I think the report quite clearly sets out what's been done. Paragraph 4.16 notes, well, given apparent suppression, has been used to create a scenario reduction in household representative rates is reversed between 2021 and 31, returned to a level seen in 2001, which we note is a time when these age groups were arguably less constrained. I think it would be fair to say around 2001 was probably about the time when we perhaps started to see affordability ratios rising, younger age groups not being able to form at the same sort of levels that they had in the past. So I think that's quite clear that what we've done, we've said, look, we are in the position in 2011 that we think there's some constraints within younger age groups, and table, should be a figure really, but table 5.4 on page 19 does demonstrate this for some of the younger age groups, where we've seen the levels of formation have fallen not massively in Sheffield compared to many areas we've looked at. So I think we've been quite clear what we've done. I think the interesting thing to note is if we turn over the page, I'm in table 4.6 on page 20 of that report. It actually has, it actually adds 14% to the estimates of effective housing need by saying there is a suppression there. 14%, interestingly enough, is actually the same uplift that you'd have with the standard method. So it looks, however you look at it, is a pretty reasonable, realistic assumption to have made. Given that, and you probably don't want to drag back to planning practice guidance, one of the purposes of having the affordability uplift is around dealing with constraints of household formation. So we can go into why we've used 2018 projections. A lot of it comes back to the population data in the 2014 ones is hideously out of date. Issues about ONS using just 2 data points. The reason for that is because they revised the definition of a household representative person in the 2001 census from being based on the male automatically being head of household where there's a couple to now being based on economic activity first and foremost, then age, then sex. So I think the 2018 method in terms of how they define household representatives is sound, but we have clearly recognised that because it's only got those 2 data points, it is building in a trend that perhaps shouldn't be projected forward.
Thank you for clarifying that point for me. I think probably we're moving on then to the 3rd bullet point. So I've just got a couple of questions for the council, so not very much. And then I think if we take a lunch break after that, I've got a few questions under item 9, and then a few words I think to say to sort of round up things as well. So I think we're going to probably need to insert a lunch break. So moving on then to the 3rd bullet point under item 8. So this is just picking up on the links between the housing requirement figure, jobs growth and the amount of employment land. Now, obviously, there doesn't have to be an exact relationship, but it can be one indication and one measure of how an employment strategy and housing strategy can work and align and work alongside each other. So in terms of the employment land target in the plan, I can see in policy SP1 that there's a figure of 12.9 hectares. Could I just check with the council, please? If you times that by 17 years, you get a target of about 219 hectares. Is that what you're working towards?
Yeah, perhaps if I can just clarify, I think we have set out in another evidence that there was an error in that figure. It should be 12.8, not 12.9. So I don't know what my maths 12.8, but yes, it's
slightly lower, 216 or
lower,
something.
Yeah.
To clarify, the figure's 217.6.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then I can see from the new note that you provided to the inspectors, I think that was yesterday, there's a supply figure. I think I worked it out as being about 196 hectares over the plan period. So there are several tables in your new employment land supply note. I've added them up, and then there was obviously a table for loss. So please correct me if I'm wrong, but I worked it out at about 196.
Spare us a moment while we access the paper. Simon, you're nodding at me. Yes, we think that's correct. It's a freshly produced piece of calculation, so hopefully the maths is correct in there.
So just sort of looking at those figures then, obviously you have your target of about 217, potential supply of about 196. So does the council want just to comment, if you've got any comments you wish to raise at this stage anyway, bearing in mind we will come back to employment at a later session. Is there enough employment land to support the housing requirements and the jobs growth requirements in the plan?
Ma'am, if I may just add further thoughts to what you've already alluded to. I mean, as you suggest, the link between employment growth and employment land is not always clear-cut. This is because many of the forecast jobs will not take place on the traditional employment sites that are being catered for within the allocations. For example, retail, education and healthcare jobs take place in shops, schools, universities, hospitals, GP surgeries, dentists, etc. So, while policy SP1, the 12.8 hectares per annum target, is only split between office and industrial uses. Now, while the delivery of such levels of employment land will support a number of jobs, this can only really be accurately derived through a better understanding of a variety of factors, including what the intended uses are, where the locations are. For example, a 0.5 hectare office site in a city centre will produce a different level of floor space on a 0.5 hectare site out of town retail office park. We also need to look at things like substitution and displacement. A lot of the employment sites will be just moving jobs from elsewhere in the city and therefore not actually creating a net additional job at all. We also need to be mindful that some of the employment delivery will just be flexibility within the supply, and that will be to ensure choice within the supply, to suppress rents, for example, because sites can compete with each other, and also to cover off the non-delivery of some sites as well. It's just really it's just flexibility. So we can't fully know what the level of additional jobs will be created on the additional 217 hectares of employment land that we mentioned earlier, until we really get a better understanding of what and who the occupiers are, etc., are going to be on that site. It's also the case that the employment land requirements don't actually have to be tied to a jobs position. This is because the planning practice guidance suggests that it can be linked to past trends and completions, which do not necessarily have any jobs associated with them. The calculations that we have used to derive the economic-led housing need are from the 2015 Strategic Economic Plan, which is actually virtually identical in job numbers to past trends. It might be for another day and for other people to discuss the relationships with jobs and employment land. But just if we can highlight one thing, is that the Lichfield Employment Land Review Update of September 21, that's EM06, concluded that the need should be in the range of between 176 hectares and 242 hectares of employment land up to 2038. And that 217 hectare figure that we discussed sits firmly within that range, as does the supply figure that you mentioned a moment or two ago. Now, these figures were based on delivering between 38,217 and 63,575 jobs. That's set out in Table 611 of the report, and it's linked to the labour supply scenario, linked to the standard method, and also linked to the issues and options report, linking it back to the report that we've produced. And now that equates to a jobs growth of between 2,248 and 3,739 jobs per annum, which compares to the 2,550 jobs per annum being planned for. Again, clearly it sits within the middle of the range, giving us confidence that it's a reasonable position to take. Crucially, however, the Lichfield's report does add at paragraph 7.8 that this, of course, could change depending on the labour supply scenario that the Council wishes to pursue in the emerging local plan. What I can take from that is that as the Council's strategy sits within the range of reasonable positions that Lichfield have suggested, then it remains a reasonable strategy for the labour supply scenario that the Council have adopted. Well, sorry, it's not a labour supply scenario. The strategy that the Council have employed is reasonable because it sits within that range.
Thank you very much for clarifying your points. Does anyone else around the table wish to comment on this issue of housing jobs link under item 8 before we complete for lunch? Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mum. I don't want to take up a lot of time on this because I think, as I said earlier, we've got a lot to discuss next week, I think, Mum, in terms of employment land. And then I think you can balance the two back together again. Clearly, I'm not going to repeat what we said earlier, but obviously appended to our hearing statements and previous representations, obviously we've got our Savills evidence around the employment and the employment need and the employment demand, Mum. Obviously that has gone through, that's critiqued, and obviously that provides other scenarios. Obviously they're not here today, I don't want to encroach on matter 5. Obviously, yes, the Lichfields report is interesting. Obviously, again, it's a point in time. Obviously, we've highlighted issues. But just wanted to pick up on a couple of points, Mum, in terms of obviously what has been recommended, and obviously what's your questions about SP1, policy SP1, and what actually is there in the supply. I don't think I've got the note you referred to earlier. Is that not public?
This was something that my colleague David Troy requested linked to the session next week, but it was made available to us yesterday, so I do apologise that I've referred to something that you have not seen. But effectively, it's just that figure I quoted of supply.
Yes.
But I guess that will be made available via Ian Kemp in the next day or so to other parties.
Yeah, that would be useful to see. So clearly we've seen what is the supply picture at the moment. We've seen what they're obviously planning for. Clearly we've seen that, you know, the two don't match at the moment. And there's an under-provision in terms of employment. There is a range, and Mr McColgan is correct, in the Lichfields report. It does say 176 to 242 hectares between 2018 and 2038. I think, if I'm referring to the right update report, September 2021. But then it also says that greater weight should be given to the 230 hectares. So it's not saying, it's one thing to say the council's within the range. There's also then a recommendation that it should be higher. It also then goes on to, and we will touch on next week, it then lists separately around the need for strategic B8 distribution. So that's not counted within that at the moment, given, and it talks about the scale and urgency. Following that, there was a piece of work done around strategic logistics. I won't encroach on what was discussed yesterday and the need for further addendums in terms of the IIA. So I don't think at the moment we can make any firm conclusions around the balance. At the moment, the strictest sense of the word, just on the figures within the plan, in terms of the housing figures in the plan, there isn't enough supply to match even the lower figure that the council have sought. Clearly, we think there's a need for further employment land. So I think to say that, you know, and as we touched on earlier, around the labour supply approach and the issues with that, and clearly the usual approach is usually looking at trend-based economic uplift and then looking at economic growth in that respect and the specific needs around flexibility, choice and supply. I think there's that with employment, quite pertinent, but also there is that need as well within housing as well. So I think that's, in my view, that's how we can actually look at this issue. But I think at the moment, on the face of the evidence actually in front of the examination, I think there is a significant, as I said, a significant caution needs to be made with the evidence that's here before us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Coop.
Thank you. Can I just very briefly turn your attention and just underline our response in to question 6 in our matter statement, which concludes that the housing requirements set out in policy SP1, in our view, would not be sufficient to align with the target jobs level, but by contrast, the standard methodology would. That would deliver alignment. It would help to contribute to the vision of the city and the local plan, and in so doing, it would avoid the issue identified in paragraph 82C of the NPPF in terms of which says that planning policies should seek to address potential barriers to investment, such as ... inadequate housing. So in our view, it is that standard methodology figure, that the identified housing need, that is necessary to achieve that alignment. And as I say, that's set out in our response to question 6.
Thank you very much. Right, does the council wish to say anything finally under this item before we conclude on item 8?
I think the only thing, Mum, is I think we see the sort of issues that Mr Rose was raising as being appropriate to discuss next week, really, under matter 5. So I think we'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
That's absolutely fine. Right, so if we can take a lunch break now. I'm looking at the council now. Is 45 minutes enough, or do you wish to have longer? No? Is everyone else around the table comfortable, 45 minutes? Yeah? Okay. So if we break now and then come back at 1:45. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone. Apologies that we didn't get through the agenda this morning. I had hoped that we would, but I don't anticipate it will take too much of your afternoon up before completing item 10. So obviously we've reached item 9, which is the question: if Sheffield isn't meeting the minimum local housing need, is there a need to provide the shortfall elsewhere? And I've got a few questions first off for the council. My first question is, firstly, in your Matter 3, and I think also in your Matter 1 hearing statement, you refer to the footloose nature of some of the identified housing need. And then you indicate that, therefore, some of this provision could be made elsewhere in the city region. However, there aren't any agreements in place, are there, to obviously take that housing growth? So if you could just explain how you would see that being delivered. Are you effectively talking about the next sort of local plan reviews to enable that to take place?
I think, Mum, we've touched on this briefly already, but essentially our point is that the 35% uplift is not a sort of household growth generated need, if you like. So that, and I think Mr. McColgan might want to comment on this as well. But the 35% uplift is essentially relying on migration, and I think our point is that those people migrating, whether it's to Sheffield or elsewhere, could go to a number of different locations. And I think the point we made yesterday is that there is headroom in. It is a matter of fact that in exam 4C, annex table 4, which is the regional statement of common ground, that there is headroom in the housing requirement figures within the Sheffield City region, and particularly within South Yorkshire, and that headroom is effectively taking a bigger slice of the growth pie, if we want to put it like that. So our point is that that there is growth happening across the city region, which is in excess of the housing need figures under the standard method. If you take all the local authority figures together, yes, completely accept that there's no formal agreement with the other local authorities. But our point is that those authorities are planning for a higher level of growth, both in terms of economic growth and housing growth, and they need, and they're taking a sort of bigger share of that overall city region growth. Yeah, I think we're not saying we're asking them to meet the need, but in terms of considering the exceptional circumstances, I think we need to think about what the consequences are of Sheffield not meeting its need in terms of growth. And I think one of the consequences is that those other local authorities within the city region are effectively planning for and would accommodate a higher level of growth than might otherwise be the case if they were just meeting their standard need figure. So I think that was largely our position on that. The council recognises that the PPG refers to the expectation that the increase in the number of homes to be delivered in cities and urban centres is to be delivered in those areas rather than the surrounding areas. But as I go back to that point, that it is a matter of fact that there is capacity headroom within neighbouring local authorities. I think the policy imperative really, and Ms. Reid raised this right at the beginning of the day today, is that the 35% uplift was intended to be met on brownfield sites within urban centres. It was about regeneration and higher density development. So the intention isn't to export the 35 uplift as such, as that doesn't really meet the objectives of the policy. But I think it is a case that if you think about the government's levelling up agenda and wanting to increase growth within northern cities, then that is being achieved through the provision of land across the city region as a whole.
A few follow-up questions to that really, I suppose, is The first is, obviously you're referring to this city uplift effectively, I think, bit element of the need being footloose. That's the part you're referring to. If it's footloose, why effectively would it be provided elsewhere in the city region? Are you sort of saying, actually, given it is effectively a policy on government top-down decision, isn't it? Effectively, the city uplift, that's what it is. It's a strategic decision to distribute growth in a certain way. So if it's not being met in Sheffield because, as in terms of your evidence base and what you're saying is that there isn't justification because you have strong reasons to retain the green belt, are you effectively saying that actually it could be anywhere?
Well, I think it does achieve, broadly achieve the government, as I say, the government's objective around levelling up in terms of supporting economic growth and population growth in northern cities. So essentially what it's doing is transferring migration that might have otherwise, say, international migration that might have gone to southern areas, or internal migration within the UK. That's the practical effect of levelling up, that economic growth will create jobs, people will move to the northern areas, the northern regions, to take up those jobs. And our point is that they don't have to come to Sheffield. They could go to other authorities within the city region. And our point is that in effect that is what is happening because of the provision that's being made in those other plans. I don't know whether Mr. McColgan wants to comment at all about that migration element and what's implied by the 35% uplift.
In essence, the 35% uplift, those people don't really exist. At a national level, the 35% uplift was to ensure a 300,000 homes per annum target, but in essence, that target is way above the demographic growth, and so it's really just to, as was mentioned, to generate regeneration within city centres, and also to divert growth to areas where they would be most sustainable because they have the infrastructure in place already. But as we've seen, Sheffield is already maximising the city centre growth and where that growth could be, and also maximising use of brownfield land as well. So I think those particular objectives, I think, are already being met in the city. Where the 35% people go, I mean, I think both that and also the affordability uplift is a slight failing of the standard method, if I were, because they're not really accounted for in the demographics. It's just about moving people around.
Sorry, just discuss with Mr. Vincent. I mean, I think the key point is it's not about them accommodating the 35% uplift. I mean, obviously they've said they're not doing that through the duty to cooperate statements. It's about the consequences of Sheffield not delivering the 35% uplift, and so those consequences are then considered in that regional context and what the other authorities within the region are doing, and the fact that across the region as a whole, LHN is being delivered. So, I mean, I think that's probably, it's not about them accommodating the 35%, it's about the consequences of the council not doing that in the regional context.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Obviously, that's a point in time, isn't it? And it's not looking forward over the whole plan period. But I've obviously written down your comments. If I could just ask for comments around the table, please, on anything that's been said so far. Sorry, I didn't see who was first, so I'm going to go in the opposite direction. So, Mr. Coop first, please.
Thanks very much. The starting point, I think, has to be the full need as identified by the standard methodology, and that clearly includes the 35% uplift. I can't really see how we can claim that's footloose. I understand what's being argued, and yes, the 35% uplift is designed to hit 300,000 across the country, but when the NPPF says that is expected to be met in the cities and urban centres themselves rather than surrounding areas, you can't really claim claim it's footloose and can be sent off elsewhere in the city region. That need, including the uplift, is the responsibility of any local authority until such a point that an adjoining authority agrees through a duty to cooperate statement to take it on. You can't ignore it, you can't pretend that it doesn't exist. There's no duty to cooperate here. And with respect, the idea that the wider area of a sub-region is already planning for a level of growth is a lovely retrofit argument, but it doesn't really hold up. Those authorities, in many cases, had planned that level of growth for various reasons, specific policy choices, in some cases before the standard methodology was even introduced, in some cases making difficult decisions about greenbelt releases, and, come back to the point, said there's no duty to cooperate agreement. So I'm not quite sure how the council can say, oh, it's all right, some of our needs is being met elsewhere in the city region, when it's essentially double counting the level of housing growth that the other authorities have identified to meet their policy choices. It almost feels a little bit like Sheffield's going, well, we're not releasing our green belt, but it's all right for them to do so to meet our needs, which I don't really think works. And I think we're left in a position whereby a large proportion, a third of the identified need, is simply falling through the cracks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Good.
Thank you. I'm glad to see I wasn't the only one that's confused by the council's position on this. It's almost we want our cake and eat it at the same time kind of analogy. They seem to think that others will deal with their need, even though there's no agreement to do that. There's also, given the lack of agreement, what happens when the others decide to review their plans? And no doubt will come under similar issues to this council and determine whether or not they should release Greenbelt or not. Given their housing need is not at the same scale as this authority, they may well go somewhere else, and we may be found we've got 15, 20 years where we're not delivering anywhere near the identified need. I also find it quite disturbing that we had a comment that those people don't really exist, or that demographic growth doesn't really exist. The whole point in the 300,000, and I think if you take the time, as I'm sure many of you will, leading up to a general election, to read the various manifestos, 300,000 is the lowest of the three main parties in terms of figures going forward. And the real reason for that is because all of those parties are acutely aware, and in fact the Conservatives are up there figured 320,000, but they're all acutely aware of the fact that they're not delivering enough housing. A, for economic growth, but B, because of the fact that people aren't being able to get into the housing ladder because of rising costs, etc., lack of supply, which has been endemic in the country for quite a number of years. The reason the 35% uplift, and it would be a departure from what was said in the 2018 projections, quite clearly, because there wasn't that uplift at that point in time. The whole point of the uplift was that it would be a departure. And that departure was made to the cities because those were deemed to be the most sustainable places for growth and the most likely to grow. And hence they would have the greatest potential to deliver the growth required to house these people and provide the relevant housing.
Thank you very much. Mr. Key.
Yeah, thank you. Just building really on what's just been said with a particular focus on Rotherham and Barnsley areas, because they're particularly relevant to this discussion. This inference that those authorities are planning for growth and it's an onward sort of active process by them is just not right. I mean, the facts on both those authorities are, in Rotherham, the core strategy was adopted in 2014 with the site's allocations process in 2018. There are currently no further plans to review those documents. In Barnsley, the local plan was adopted in 2017, and when this was last looked at by full council there, which was in November 22, they said that the plan was fit for purpose and there was no need to review it. Now, in both those situations, the reason for this is relatively simple. In that, in both situations, the housing number that the two councils had come up with on their own was put it another way. When the standard method was introduced, the standard method figure was higher than the two housing need numbers both councils had introduced, and therefore the supply of land that both councils have produced will run for longer into the future. And that's why in both cases they're not reviewing their plans. So my point in all this is this idea that surrounding councils, these two in particular, are very actively planning for growth, which in some way, albeit not formally, but in an informal way, will help accommodate the needs of Sheffield, just isn't right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Edgerly.
I think we've heard from the council this afternoon just around kind of things like levelling up as well. And I think that when you look at that and what the government is trying to do through that, there's a lot of sort of ambition and kind of redistribution. So I think what I'm not seeing in this plan, and I think we kind of made this in the reps and the hearing statements, is that ambition isn't then been achieved, isn't been followed, and therefore causes these issues, and hence why we're having these discussions. The Sheffield plan isn't kind of meeting the need, and I like the analogy of having the cake and eating it, well timed after lunch, and I think that is kind of really clear. The neighbouring authorities across the city region, or kind of whatever geography we want to use, have met, achieved, or looking at them targets because they're looking to be ambitious. And they're looking to do that for their own needs. And I think it feels, it's really clear that Sheffield are just kind of following that and saying, oh, actually, lots of others are over-delivering, therefore that kind of helps us. So I think despite it's sort of been based on kind of capacity and urban renewal, the plan isn't going to meet housing need, and that's going to effectively cause issues over the plan period, as we've already discussed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bolton.
Firstly, I'm very glad that the answers the council gave you clarified the matter for you, because I heard three different answers. The first one was the need is actually being met by the surrounding local planning authorities, although they're not saying that. This is the idea of the headroom. The second answer was it's not being met, but altogether the region or sub-region is providing for the standard method, the minimum requirement. The third answer was that the 35% uplift was not a credible policy because it's not based on the most recent demographic information. Let me take those one at a time. Firstly, the facts. There is no agreement, and we heard this yesterday. There is no agreement between any of the neighbouring local authorities to take any of the growth associated from Sheffield. That's a matter of fact. Second point, the final local housing needs is not the output of the standard method, but there is a process one goes through which requires one also to look at past building rates and economic forecasts. And again, we went through this yesterday. The surrounding authorities, many of them, have economic growth aspirations and indeed past rates of construction, which justified a higher number. And it is that higher number which is their needs. And that, can I emphasise, it's their needs. It's meeting their needs. A number of us sat in those local planning examinations all the way back to the Rotherham one, and that's how the evidence was being presented. And to be fair, because I know myself, and I think Mr Rose also tried to make the case that they should be meeting some of Sheffield's needs, and they all resisted that quite strongly. So I don't know whether we could provide you, or whether you feel it necessary to have the inspectors' reports from those local plan examinations, or whether the fact that they've simply agreed in the statement of common ground not to accommodate is enough. But it seems to me that the case is being made is that they are accommodating it. They just don't want to admit to it, I suppose. I suppose the answer. And let's look at the third point, which is it's not demographically valid, and therefore you can legitimately ignore it. Firstly, it is government policy, as you say. It's a policy-led decision. But actually, the reasons behind that policy was that the 30 years of undersupply of housing has dramatically and negatively, in fact, impacted on the housing market in this country. It has increased the age of household formation. It has increased dramatically the number of shared households, non-related adults living together in properties. It has also impacted on future fertility rates. So the policy reasons for it are good policy reasons, and I think to suggest that you can simply ignore government policy because it does not conform to your most recent demographic projections is wrong. So let's turn to the policies themselves, government policy. Firstly, and dealing in with almost reverse order, if the council were to make, or wanted to make the case that is kind of being suggested to you, that 35% doesn't apply to Sheffield, they could have done so. They could have claimed exceptional circumstances and claimed a different level of housing need. They've not done that. They've accepted it. So I think you can put that back in a box almost immediately. With regard to the other matters, as I've said, none of the councils are accepting the additional need. The idea that there's headroom is basically post-rationalisation. It's comparing the minimum requirement, and that's the important thing, the minimum requirement from the standard method, with what those councils have assessed as being their own needs. And again, their own needs. So when one goes back to the framework, what does it say? What does the framework say about... actually, I'm just about to go on to the question of, is there a need to provide the shortfall elsewhere? Because we've kind of touched on it. Do you mind if I go on to that, or shall I stop now? Okay. In terms of whether there's a need to provide for the shortfall elsewhere, if you go to paragraph 11b1, that actually requires that areas meet neighbouring authorities' unmet need unless there's footnote 7 restrictions. So right at the beginning of the old NPPF, there's the idea that unmet need from one authority needs to be a consideration in determining needs for other authorities. So that's in paragraph 11b1. You get similar statements being made in paragraph 24 and paragraph 27. Paragraph 35, your tests of soundness. A positively prepared plan requires unmet needs to be met. Paragraphs 61 and 66 also talks about unmet need to be taken into account. And probably coming down to the crux of the matter here, paragraph 141, part of the process to... Sorry, I'm going a little quick.
That's fine. I'm not sure which version of the NPPF are you using?
I'm using the archive version, the old one. Yes. Sorry.
That's fine. The September 23.
Yes. Yeah. Paragraph 141 is probably the key in part of the process to conclude whether or not there are exceptional circumstances, require the local authorities to actually ask neighbouring authorities whether or not their needs can be met. So, in answer to the question, is there a need to provide the shortfall elsewhere? I think ultimately the answer might be no, but the policy position is you've got to try very, very hard to get that, to meet that need, both within your local authority area and, if you like, through the duty to cooperate. So ultimately, once one's done all that and done all that thoroughly, you might not be able to meet all the unmet need, but there's a clear instruction from government in policy terms that unmet need should be met, you know, wherever possible. And we've certainly seen that occurring elsewhere. And I would say part of the exceptional circumstances that exist with Sheffield is that they have the unmet need and no one else is prepared to take it. And that goes back to paragraph 41. I'm sorry I've gone on a little bit, but it's a point, some of the points were made yesterday, but seeing they're getting reinterpreted and thrown back to you, I think we just need to kind of emphasise our view on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Rose.
Thank you, Ma'am. Yeah, just quickly, because I think some of my points have been made around the table. But I think it's fairly clear, Ma'am, when you look at your question around, is there a need to provide the shortfall elsewhere? So it's been referred to, obviously we touched on it yesterday in matter 2 around the duty to cooperate. Clearly, the duty to cooperate, the statement of common ground clearly states each local planning authority plans their own housing need within their own local authority boundaries, taking account of national planning policy, housing market geographies, individual local authority economic growth targets and agreements between individual authorities as necessary. As has been, that's on first bullet point on page 18. As has been highlighted, clearly each local authority has agreed to meet their own needs. There's no agreement to meet other authorities' needs within their own boundaries, so it's fairly clear. So we come back to 141C that Mr Bolton's just pointed out. So in terms of exceptional circumstances about changing Greenbelt, has been informed by discussions with neighbouring authorities about whether they could accommodate some of the identified need for development as demonstrated through the Statement of Common Ground. The Statement of Common Ground says you should meet your own need. So we then come back to what we were touching on again yesterday about the integrated impact assessment, the SA, around housing and around how it's been considered, and around your question about should it be met elsewhere. But there hasn't been a scenario looked at which is meeting your needs in other authorities, probably because they all turned around and said, we're not meeting your needs. But equally, has that been appraised? Because that's actually the assumption that's being given here, which is that it's all right, Gov. The table in the back of the Statement of Common Ground, which highlights a point-in-time position around local housing need versus the targets. And as others have pointed out, those targets include economic growth, include uplifts, include all sorts of things about meeting their own needs. And clearly, they're all coming up to doing their own reviews in the not-too-distant future as well. But equally, let's look at what the IIA says around the options, around the proposed plan approach around housing. On page 64, it says, under 10.3.21, as described above, the proposed plan approach is predicted to have moderate positive effects, but there is an element of uncertainty. The addition of one greenbelt location improves the performance of this option compared to option 2, but only marginally. But then you get to option 4, and it says the addition of further greenbelt land under option 4 would mean that the choice of housing would increase in terms of location, types of homes, and the overall amount of housing provided. This would increase the uncertainty of major positive effects arising compared to the proposed approach. We then move on to option 5, and 10.3.24 would provide the greatest amount and range of housing, planning to accommodate a 35% uplift of local needs. As such, major positive effects are predicted. So obviously that's been played through the IIA, but obviously we come down to choice type location, and there's no scenario being put forward about carving off a significant level of the need or the requirement into other authorities, into surrounding areas, increasing commuting, sustainability issues, etc., etc. So where are the jobs, where are the homes? So what you come back to is what are the implications of that? And the implications are there's no agreement, the need should be met within the authority. That's where all the evidence is being shown. And I think, as I talked about earlier, about not meeting the housing need, not meeting the employment need, I think if you bake in negativity within the plan, then obviously what comes out is negativity. So I think, I won't go on any further, Mum, but I think the evidence here is there to actually say, it's all right, let's meet it somewhere else in the region. Thank you, Mum.
Thank you very much. Ms Harding next, and then go back to Mr Bolton.
Thank you very much. I feel like basically everything I was going to say has already been said by somebody else around the table, so I think I'm just going to reiterate the position of the HBF and emphasise some of the points that have been raised. So we don't feel that Sheffield is meeting its housing need, and we don't think it's meeting its needs of the specific groups as well as the general housing need, so not just the overall housing figure. Paragraph 3.8 of the duty to cooperate statement is quite clear that each authority has confirmed that they could not meet any of Sheffield's identified housing need. Their respective strategies continue to support their own jobs growth, so they are not taking it. There is a significant number of homes that are not being provided for, so we aren't talking about a small number in terms of the proportion. I think it's been highlighted already. This is a third of the housing need that isn't being provided for. And we don't agree that the footloose approach or the assumption that there's headroom elsewhere, we don't agree that either of those are appropriate in this circumstance, as I say, just because it's such a significant need and it's the needs of different specific groups. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to Mr Bolton.
Just very quickly, there was another reason given to you by the council with regard to why you can ignore the 35%, and that was Mr Vincent suggested that the policy imperative is the 35% is to be met on brownfield sites in centres. We've gone through the wording of what the PPG says, and it doesn't say that.
Thank you very much. I'll take Ms Reid now. I've got a few questions as well, just based on what's been said, but obviously I'll hear from the council first. Thank you.
It's just a few sort of sweeping up points, really, to make it absolutely clear what the council's position is. Firstly, the council rejects the point that's been made repeatedly that we are ignoring the 35%. The council is not ignoring the 35%, and nor are they saying that there is a different demographic need projection that is being used to calculate need in Sheffield. We've been very clear that the council accepts LHN as the need figure, but there is a requirement to understand the difference between the housing need figure and the housing requirement figure for an area. And in terms of this having its cake and eating it point that has been made in a number of the representations, I'm afraid that if you simply have regard to the PPG, where it's talking about a 35% uplift, you have to have regard to everything that that paragraph says. And that includes the fact that that paragraph talks about that being subject to national policy considerations. That is unsurprising in the context of paragraph 11b of the framework. And we've already been to the written ministerial statement, which made it clear that the expectation that cities and other populations where the 35% uplift was going to be applied was that that would be subject to the consideration, effectively, of local constraints in terms of working out what the appropriate housing requirement was for those areas. So it's considering both points in terms of understanding what the appropriate requirement is, and it's putting all of that in the context of national policy, and in particular paragraph 11b and the tests within the Greenbelt chapter of the framework, where it's quite clear that the test that falls to be applied here in Sheffield is whether there are exceptional circumstances for Greenbelt release. And in terms of the point about what the region is doing, one of the questions that needs to be considered as part and parcel of understanding whether or not there are exceptional reasons for Greenbelt release is what the consequences are of not providing for the 35% uplift. And a number of the people making representations have noted that the 35% uplift came from a national policy imperative to deliver the 300,000 homes per year. So it's a national figure, and it's a national policy growth imperative figure, and it is therefore entirely relevant to understand what is happening across the region in terms of how the region as a whole, whether the region as a whole is planning to meet LHN as a whole. The 35% uplift is not a demographic part of the LHN calculation. It's in addition to the demographic plus affordability ratio part of the calculation. It's a policy uplift. And so it's relevant to understand, in terms of growth aspirations, what is happening regionally. And that is the basis that the authority has put that information forward. It's relevant to the suite of information that goes to the question as to whether there are exceptional circumstances for Greenbelt release.
Thank you very much. I've just got a couple of follow-up questions, sort of going back to what people say. Sorry, Mr. Bolton, do you want to come in first? Because I'm assuming it was a conversation response to what Ms. Reid just said.
Just to, Miss Reid is basically saying the minimum requirement by the standard method is what you should be judging against, and that is housing need. If you go to the PPG, that's not where it ends. If the section after the urban uplift, the section after the urban uplift, still dealing with need, not dealing with requirements, still dealing with need, talks about when there might be an appropriate for a plan to where it might be appropriate to plan for a higher housing need figure, not housing requirement, housing need figure, than the standard method indicates. That gives several examples about the economics, the growth strategies, and also previous levels of housing delivery as being part of the need calculation. So you're being misled, I think, by the idea that meeting the standard method as calculated in the first part of the PPG is all you have to look at. You have to look at housing need for those districts. That has been calculated and does take into account other items as listed in the PPG in the calculation of housing need.
I'm so sorry, Ma'am, but I do object to the words misleading being used across the table. If you have any questions that in respect of not understanding the way that I put the position on behalf of the authority, obviously I'd be happy to help them, but just to be absolutely clear, there is no misleading happening from this side of the table.
I don't have any further questions for either of you.
I apologise for that. Misunderstanding. Let's put it that way.
Okay. I understand both of your positions, and I'll take my own view. But thank you for those contributions. So just going back then to, I've got a couple of questions I just need to ask the council. Firstly, we're just going back to the issue of obviously your neighbouring authorities. I do have some understanding of the local geography, having done a few other plans in the area, but if you could just like refresh my memory in terms of which of your neighbouring authorities have greenbelt or other restrictions like national parks, if you could just sort of run through the list for me.
I'll begin off the top of my head and hope that I don't get any of it wrong. In the northern part of the area, we adjoin Barnsley. Barnsley has a green belt, and it also has part of its local authority area falls within the national park, the same as Sheffield. Moving southwards, we move to Rotherham. They have green belt. They don't have any national park. Moving further south again and wrapping around the bottom of the authority is northeast Derbyshire. They have green belt, and they also have part of their authority falls within the national park boundary. The only other places that we adjoin are not within the local planning authority boundary. The local authority has other boundaries on the far side of the national park. I think with High Peak, but I might be getting that wrong, but that's far away from the local planning authority boundary. And Derbyshire Dales also, thank you.
So, sorry, did you say you actually adjoin Derbyshire Dales?
Very small part within the national park, not within the planning authority boundary. That does reflect part of the group of constituent members that we include within our duty to cooperate dialogue. There are obviously others as well.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. And then my second question was, now this point has been raised by several others, I think, it was either this morning or probably yesterday as well, is that the point is that even without the city uplift, your housing requirement figure is below what you could term the baseline standard methodology figure without the city uplift. So I think the latest figure I saw was, I think that about 38,000 would be that baseline standard methodology figure without the uplift, obviously against a requirement of, well, if we're talking net, then it's 34,500. Obviously, you've identified potential supply of 36,000, which takes it up a little bit, but we're still talking then about a shortfall of about just over 3,000 against your target and possibly about 2,000 against supply, against your demographic need. So if the council could just sort of like talk me through the implications, how you see the implications of this shortfall. And then the question is that, you know, as I've raised under item 9, if not in Sheffield, then should that need be met somewhere else?
I think I'll start this off and hand over to colleagues, but just to clarify the numbers as we calculate them for the shortfall. So the shortfall against the calculations for the 3,038 standard method, so the baseline for 2023 with no 35% uplift, we calculate as 2,250 homes, 51 homes per year.
Sorry, can you say the figure again?
Yeah, so 2,251 is the baseline for 2023. And calculated against the 2,040 net home requirement, we calculate an annual shortfall of 211 homes. And over 17 years, that's 3,582. Just so we've got clear on the numbers. And I'll now hand over.
Yeah, I mean, I think our point is that we are a Greenbelt authority, and therefore that is our housing requirement figure reflects the constraints that the local authority experiences due to Greenbelt, which we've discussed at length already this morning.
Ms Reid?
I'm sorry, that's the legacy table. Take that down. Okay.
Okay, I don't have any further questions. Does anyone else have any further points they wish to raise under item 9? No? Okay. Sorry, Mr. Bolton.
It was only a quick one, and I was trying to find the document, which I can't. You were given the constraints of the neighbouring authorities, but of course the list of authorities which the council are trying to play in aid of meeting Sheffield's needs, but not owning up to it, included Doncaster, which also has Greenbelt, and quite a lot of land being restricted by flood zone as well. I'm sure there's one more, I just can't remember which it is.
Okay. So if we deal with item 10, does anyone have any other issues that we have not covered already? Please raise them now. No? Okay. I guess we've had a fairly long discussion today, haven't we? Having the 9 o'clock start as well. So in that case, then, I just have a few sort of concluding remarks to make, I think, in terms of the housing need and requirement issue. I mean, obviously, the inspectors will need to reach a conclusion on whether the housing requirement in the plan is justified. This is obviously an absolute critical decision for us to reach. So we will be looking at whether there are clear, strong reasons to restrict the level of housing to 35,680 dwellings and to retain the green belt almost unchanged, apart from obviously one site release. And looking at that, we'll be looking at whether the need to protect the green belt outweighs the need to provide additional housing in the city to meet identified needs. We'll be looking obviously at the total figure, but also taking account, I think, of points that have been made around the table today about the type of need as well. And is it the case that exceptional circumstances are not demonstrated to release that greenbelt land? I mean, there is obviously, as others have pointed out, quite a big shortfall against the identified, objectively assessed need figure. And there's the issue of the type of housing supply. But at this point, I think it's going to be the inspector's conclusion that we are unable to reach a clear conclusion yet. And that's effectively for two reasons. Firstly, it's an urban capacity-based housing requirement. So because of that, we will have to look at all of the sites. We will have to talk about the estimated capacity on the broad locations for growth as well, and come to a view on whether the requirement figure is deliverable. So effectively, we'll need to run all of the stage 2 hearing sessions to get that answer. Secondly, having talked this morning about the Council's Greenbelt evidence, I think my position, having heard people's submissions and the Council's point, and obviously read the Greenbelt review myself, I think my position is that I think there's going to be further work needed on the Greenbelt review. Because effectively the Council's strategy, your whole housing strategy, is based on showing strong reasons to retain the Greenbelt in order to justify restricting growth. So there has to be strong and clear reasons. And at the moment, the Greenbelt review identifies a number of weakly performing parcels, relatively weakly performing parcels. Doesn't reach very clear conclusions on any of those parcels. And then linked to our discussion yesterday about the assessment of small sites, hasn't assessed those parcels or small sites in terms of their suitability for development at all. So the evidence effectively just isn't in front of us to allow us to reach a decision. And that would be effectively an action for the Council to take away. So at that point, can I just turn to the Council and just get your views in terms of that action and anything else I've just said?
Yeah, I mean, I think as we discussed yesterday, you know, we're happy to go away and provide some further evidence around the appraisal of individual sites in the Greenbelt, and we've said we'll provide you a note on that by the end of this week. So I think that's our position essentially. Yeah, so that will obviously need to include potentially an update to the Greenbelt review as well to cover those smaller sites as well. Yeah. Okay. So
just to be clear, it's effectively looking at you know, some of your weaker performing sites and just being really clear on your judgment on those, and then obviously looking at suitability. Just to say as well that obviously we have a session next week on the Greenbelt Review methodology, so there may be further things that come out of that, but I think at the moment that's as far as I can really say, is just looking at those weaker performing sites and having really clear, strong reasons, if that's the route you're still going down. Okay, does anyone else around the table wish to comment on anything I have just said? Mr. Bolton.
Yes, thank you. And it's, if I may, it's just a question for you, Mum, so I understand where we are. The work you've asked the council to do is to establish in your mind, or the inspector's mind, whether or not there are exceptional circumstances or not to release Greenbelt. If you come to the conclusion that there are exceptional circumstances, I might be jumping the gun here, but would that require further work still? Because in my mind it probably would, but you can't say what that work is until you make... so my understanding is you're asking for this work to be done just so you make that decision.
Yes, effectively. So it's basically, at the moment, I don't feel that the evidence is before us to allow us to reach that decision. So that's as much as I can say at the moment. Okay. Any final comments then before we close? No. Oh, Mr. Key.
Sorry, Mum. Just a final one. Just in terms of timescales, then, and in particular, the extra work you've requested. I mean, what are you thinking on that? I mean, in terms of that being reported to you, presumably well in advance of stage 2, for example.
Well, I think it's going to be a discussion that we have to have with the council. There's going to be, obviously, the area of work we just talked about, but there may be other areas of work that come out the next 2 weeks of sessions. So I think we'll be very much led by the council in terms of their capacity to carry out this work. As I said, we're unable to reach a decision anyway on housing requirement until we've run the whole of the stage 2 sessions, which is not going to finish, I think, until middle of October. So there's obviously time for the council to do some further work that we've just talked through. Other than that, I'm not able to say anything else.
Just in terms of that as well, and I don't think the gentleman was here on the previous session, but in terms of other work that's been suggested, we're going to put together a note with some parameters to discuss with the inspectors, which I think was what Mr. Vincent was suggesting. So I think once we have those parameters, the council will be in a better position to understand and advise in terms of timescales.
Okay, so I think that concludes then this part of the agenda. Obviously, we've got Gypsy and Travers to go, but what I'm going to suggest now is that we'll have sort of a short pause whilst people leave the table, and then we'll resume with the Gypsy and Traveller item. But just to say big thank you to everyone who has obviously attended this morning, this afternoon. We've had quite a useful debate. I found it very useful anyway, so thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you. Okay, if I could just ask the council, do you want 5 or 10 minutes, or you're obviously swapping personnel?
Yes, can we just have a short break? So we're going to swap around and take a comfort break and possibly get a coffee as well for the next.
Do you want 15 minutes then?
Would that be okay? Thank you. Yes, thank you
absolutely.
very much.
Okay, so 5-2?
Yes, thank you.
shortly by our Housing Policy Committee. So just to flag, sort of from a constitutional point of view, we're just exploring if that is still the correct decision-making route, and we can provide an update on that in due course.
And I think I saw somewhere that it was for 2, recommended for 2 rather than 4.
So a decision hasn't been made. The range was 2 to 4.
And I haven't been to the site yet, so could you just explain to me what that extension land is currently used for? Is it open field or is it a brownfield land?
Yeah, certainly. So it's towards the front of the site, fronting onto the main road, and it's currently has a few trees on the site, but it's currently used for dumping of rubbish from the site, which is trying to be sorted out by those who manage the site. But at present, it's undeveloped.
Thank you. And then moving on to the second bullet point, did the council consider the option of allocating the site rather than just dealing with it through the planning application process? That's just said in the context that obviously exceptional needs to release land from the green belt through the plan review can be demonstrated on the basis of housing need.
Yeah, so I thought it might be helpful just to give a bit of context of the approach we've taken with Red Myers. So the option to extend has been undertaken as part of a wider project by our Housing Service Department to review the condition of existing council sites, so this site and another one in the southeast of the city. So that has been undertaken at different timescales to the local plan. So as set out in our written statement, it's been recommended that was dealt with separately from the local plan, as it was a separate project, and we've set that out in paragraph 3.22.1 of our statement and the topic paper at paragraph 5.7. However, the timescales for the extension and the feasibility project that the Housing Department were undertaken has almost sort of aligned now with the local plan timescales. So I suppose that just gives a little bit of context why initially we hadn't approached it as an extension to be allocated through the local plan. However, we do note your point and paragraph 17 of the PPTS. So, as a council, it is an option that we haven't purposely excluded. It's just that matters have sort of meant that we've looked at it possibly as a planning application instead. Just to note, there are still a couple of outstanding issues in terms of deliverability to resolve, as I've mentioned before, about funding and also a little bit of encroachment of the land by existing residents. So there are a few small deliverability issues on that side just to resolve. But I hope that answers your question on that bit. Yeah, sorry, one more point, just to be clear, I know you haven't visited the site, but the site at the moment, it doesn't adjoin the urban area. So it's quite far from existing settlements, and it's surrounded by quite a number of trees at the moment in the green belt. So just to give you a bit of context of where it's located. Thanks.
Thank you. So just to clarify then, it hasn't been appraised as an option in your site selection methodology?
Just give me 1 second. Sorry, Mum, I'm just finding the relevant paragraph. it was looked at as part of our site selection as an option in paragraph 5.7 of the topic paper. And I think we set out here that it was a decision that we were going to take through a full planning application as opposed to through an allocation in the local plan. So I guess that was more of the delivery of how we saw the delivery of it happening.
But as an actual site, it hasn't been appraised in terms of the site selection methodology or SA or anything?
Yeah, sorry, to confirm that, yeah, we've just checked the tables. No, to confirm it hadn't.
Right, I might come back to that under item 18, but we'll park that for now. Okay, thank you. That takes us on then to item 14, identified needs, supply and potential shortfall. So I just wanted to make sure I've got a full understanding or agreement with the council regarding those figures. And I think probably obviously the GTAA only goes up to 2034, doesn't it? But in your hearing statement, you've extended that in the table on page 19. So reading that table there on page 19, it says, obviously, total need 53, Gypsy and Travellers 21, New Age Travellers 16, Travelling Show People 16. So that, just to confirm, that's the latest position?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's correct.
And then in terms of supply over the plan period, so for Gypsy and Travellers, I'm assuming the supply at the moment is 0. Obviously, you've got this potential scheme, but it doesn't seem to have progressed very far, and obviously it's in the green belt as well. So I'm assuming they're 0 for Gypsy and Travellers, and then
correct.
Travelling Show People 12 is the
That's
allocation.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. So then the shortfall would be Gypsy and Travellers 21, New Age Travellers 16, and then Travelling Show People 4.
That's correct. That's how we've calculated it as well.
Okay. Thank you. And then I've obviously got the series of questions as well about the household growth rate. So after much sort of head scratching, I think I finally understand how you've derived the figure of 1.98 as you've explained it in the GTAA. So effectively, so I'll just go to the right page. Wrong document. So yes, effectively it was just the last bullet point on page 48, which basically says that to take account of pitch sharing, an assumption is made that 1.5 households need 1 pitch. So if you could just explain that reasoning for me, please.
Certainly, and a very good spot. This figure, this bullet point was included in error, so it shouldn't be in the report. So just to give you a bit of context why it is there, so it was that figure of 1.5 households per pitch was previously applied to the estimates on need for unauthorised encampments in the 2006, 2011 and 2015 GTAA. However, as stated before, the need figure for New Age Travellers has been calculated differently and has been informed by the number of visits taken on the site, but also the letter that we've referenced previously that we're going to provide. So I have triple-checked and triple-checked again, and that 1.5 per 1 pitch has not been included in the calculation. So it is there in error.
Yes, I did wonder about that. And what was your reasoning, given you've already accounted for your concealed households effectively in other parts of the methodology? So it would appear to be like an undercounting otherwise. I think.
Yeah.
Thank you for confirming that. Then, just to confirm then, so the household growth formation rate, so this is obviously beyond the first 5 year period. You haven't applied this to New Age Travellers, have you? And I wasn't entirely sure of your reason why, because obviously you're accepting that they are a group, a community who you are planning for. Can you just sort of give me some reasons why that has been excluded from the method?
Yeah, certainly. I'm just going to get my right paragraph for you. So the main reasons are so the application of the 1.98% growth rate hasn't been applied to new age travellers, as you've stated. And this is mainly due, and it's been applied historically in previous accommodation assessments. And it's all around the uncertainty of that encampment and how many actually will remain living in Sheffield long term. And this is an approach we've took in the past 3 accommodation assessments. So instead, we thought it was more appropriate to base the current need number on the written correspondence from those living on the site, which gave the indication that as a community, it is uncertain how long they may remain in Sheffield. So we felt it was appropriate not to apply the growth rate to that particular community.
Okay, I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but we're talking here about the household growth formation rate. So effectively, it's children. It's you know, forming households, isn't it? So it's not the 16 households who are currently there; it's their children. When I read your statement, I did wonder whether part of the council's reasoning could be that, to some respects, choosing to be a new age traveller is a lifestyle choice, and that children may not choose to become new age travellers or remain in that community. And that may be less, I mean, I'm not saying it never happens, but perhaps is it less common than for Gypsy and travellers who it's more of an identity, an ethnic identity, and you know, that is their community. Was it to do with that? Or have you just sort of phrased it in, you know, in a slightly different way?
I think that is a very good point, and possibly could be the reason why we've not applied it to the new age travellers. If possible, it might be worth if we double check that approach with our housing colleagues who we undertook the assessment with.
That's fine, I'll note that down as an action then, so you'll just confirm, talk to housing and confirm in writing. Okay, my next question was about going back to the table on page 19 of your hearing statement and looking at the application of the household formation rates to the periods 25 to 29 and 2030 to 34. So effectively there you have figures of 2 for Gypsy and travellers, and then 1 in that second period, and then travelling show people 1 and then 2. I wasn't entirely sure. It seems like the wrong way round. Do you see what I'm saying? You've got 2 and then 1 and then 2, and then you've got sort of a mix the other way round for the travelling show people. Can you just explain what's happened there?
I can, yeah. So my understanding is it's down to the application of the 1.9% growth rate, and because it's being applied to such a small number, with rounding, it appears as 1 and then 2. So the 1.9% is applied as a compound growth rate on each year, and because it's applied to such a small figure, as I've just said, because of the rounding effect, it's why it's sort of jumped up between 1 to 2. And also explains your question about why it looks like a flat rate in total of the 3 and then 3 and then 3. It's because adding those 3 pictures or plots each time with the rounded numbers gives that number. However, if you looked at it with the decimals involved in the calculation, it would be increasing. But it's how we've presented it as a rounded figure.
I mean, so the question I had about the flat rate was obviously linked to the, I think it's page 48 in the GTAA, which advises that obviously the growth rate is constrained by supply, so therefore in the later part of the plan period should an increased growth rate. So you're saying that has been done, but it hasn't changed the figures. Is that what you're saying? Because the numbers are so low that it doesn't add up to a whole one.
That's right. I think the easiest way would either be to show you is if I showed you the table with the decimal points attached to it. So when I rechecked it after you sent the question through, that's sort of the easiest way to explain it, is if you add the 3 decimal places at the end. It doesn't, as you go through the years, you're right, it doesn't add up to a whole one until you jump to that particular time bracket of 30 to 34.
No, that's fine. I don't have to see the figures. It just explains what's gone on. No, that's very useful. Thank you. Okay, I don't have any further questions under item 14, so let's move on to 15. So this is just the 5-year supply of pitches and then plots at the date of plan adoption. So I'm assuming then with the pitches it's 0. Is that the case?
That's right. For Gypsies and Traveller pitches, it's 0. Just to confirm, excuse me, at the point of plan adoption, we've taken the 5-year need figure to go to 2029, as per the table on page 19 in the written statement.
So the same period is used for general housing, so it's equitable, yeah. And then moving on to plots, what was your 5-year supply calculation?
So the 5-year supply calculation for plots for travelling show people is 12.
In terms of the supply, but in terms of the actual need?
Against the need of 13 in the first 5 years.
How many years supply does it equal to? I've got slightly less than 5. I've got 4.6, but please correct me.
Probably have to give us a couple of seconds to work that. I haven't calculated that. If you could just give us a minute.
So I had need at 13 and supply at 12.
Yeah,
and then
so we've got it as a 4 point, for that particular community, 4.6. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for clarifying the 5-year supply. No more questions on that. Mm-hmm. So moving on then to item 16, the identified 10-year mix for Gypsies and Travellers. So this is looking at the evidence in the GTAA, and that recommends effectively, doesn't it, that I think it's on page 24, and there's reference on page 56, to recommendation that just social rented sites are provided, either through the council or a housing provider. Can you just outline what evidence that decision is effectively based on? Sorry, your microphone's not on.
Thank you. Yes, so as you pointed out, the evidence shows us in the GTAA, specifically the 5th bullet point on page 5, I've got as reference. So through the use of surveys with Gypsies and Travellers on the sites, that most do not have the resources or funds to develop their own private site. 3 respondents did say they would potentially be interested, but don't currently have the funds, and that's referenced on page 23. So we've used this evidence to inform that any new sites would need to be provided through the social sector. So in summary, the evidence for that is through surveys with travellers on the sites. In addition, the GTAA shows that there's been no evidence of planning applications from the community. And further evidence, we undertook a call for sites in 2019 and there was no responses from private landowners for use of land as traveller sites. Thank you.
Thank you. So I appreciate that's obviously the surveys with the current travellers. With the new age travellers, what form of site have they confirmed that they wish to have? Is it a private site that they're talking about?
If you just give me one moment to find the right part of the GTA, I'll get that. So, as we've set out in our written statement, the most recent assessment in the GTAA, we set out that there were challenges in engaging with the new age travellers. So that specific question to inform the 2019 GTA wasn't able to be asked. So there isn't specific evidence to demonstrate if they would like a private site or a publicly funded site.
Okay, thank you. I mean, obviously, I appreciate you've done surveys with the travellers who are currently on the site, but there's also obviously the new forming households, the migrants, the concealed households. But you've effectively assumed that that group will also just want council-run sites in the future.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so turning then to your the tenure mix that you've assumed in your delivery strategy in the plan. So this is in paragraph 5.9 in the plan, on page 93. Yeah, 93 in the plan. And in there, you talk about the remaining needs, so effectively excluding the actual allocation site, the remaining needs would be met by extensions to an existing site or through planning applications for development on small sites. So you effectively seem to be suggesting there that you think that part of the supply will come forward on small sites in the future, which doesn't quite align with the excuse me, recommendations in the GTAA.
Yes, I think as set out in the Planning for Travellers topic paper, the reason that we've set that approach was after an extensive site search, we were unable to identify further council or public sites to meet those needs. So we felt this was the most appropriate mechanism to meet that need in the first 5 years.
Okay, but based on your GTAA conclusions, that then raises the question of whether the strategy is deliverable, because they're saying two different things. Would you accept that?
I think the intention, albeit not the wording as drafted, is that the council is trying to take a proactive approach if opportunities arose in that way, as opposed to there being an assessment that opportunities would arise in that way, or there was evidence that they would. So it might be that, so as drafted, you're correct, but it might be that some changes to the wording are required there.
I mean, I think my position is that, obviously, as I said before, you've done your surveys with the Traver families, but you're talking about need over quite a long period of time, and from the concealed households, from the newly forming households, from unmet need now in the first 5 years as well from those people. So I think it's difficult to assume, isn't it, that all of those will definitely just be wanting private sites in the future. So your strategy obviously perhaps recognises and has a bit of flexibility in there, is how I've read it, to deal with that change that might happen over the next 15 years.
That's right. I think, yeah, and as Ms Reid set out, this strategy to look at opportunities to also extend sites and opportunities through planning permissions would allow for that flexibility in the future.
Okay, thank you. If we move on then to item 17, which is the update on the review of the GTAA. So if you could just give me, obviously I can see that you say you have newly commissioned or about to commission a new study. So if you could just bring me up to date, please.
Yeah, certainly. So an update is, the intention is to update it within the next 12 months. I suppose the slight update is it hasn't yet been commissioned, and it's intended to do that as part of a wider needs assessment with housing colleagues. So the intention is within the next 12 months to update the accommodation assessment.
And was there a particular sort of reason for commissioning for this work that you saw as being important?
Yeah, I think historically we've undertaken accommodation assessments every 5 years. So this year takes us towards the end of that period, and I set out in the accommodation assessment the evidence is most up to date and robust for that first 5 year period, because it's not reliant on household growth figures. So it would just follow the cycle of the 5 year update.
Thank you for confirming that. Okay, that takes us on to 18, and this is the approach to sifting and assessing the suitability of potential site options. So my first bullet point was the justification for the site size threshold in the initial sift and the suitability assessment as well. So I think that should be stage 3C. Sorry, I think that's probably an error in my bullet point. In the site selection methodology, stage 3C, an alignment with the preferred tenure mix and the delivery strategy. So if you could just outline for me the reasons for selecting or for having these two SIFs and using those site thresholds, really, because obviously linked to your delivery strategy that we've just talked about and the identification that there could be flexibility for some smaller sites that could come forward that won't be large sites involving 10 plus pitches. They actually could be smaller.
Could I just quickly confirm on your first point about the site size, are you referring to stage 2 of the site selection methodology, or?
I think, well, my reading, obviously please correct me, but my reading was that there were 2 effective SIFs going on, and that at stage 2 in the site selection method there was a sift of sites less than 0.4.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously that's linked to housing, isn't it? That's sites that are capable of taking 10 dwellings, but those are gone. So those are just disappeared. They're not appraised at all.
Yeah.
So you're effectively missing that group already. And then obviously the second sift to do with the Gypsy threshold of, sorry, was it 1 hectare? Yeah, 1 hectare. Yeah. Which can accommodate 10 pitches. So the 10 pitches is different to 10 dwellings. So effectively everything under 1 hectare is excluded. Well, between 0.4 and 1 was excluded at that second sift. So it's really just, it's just looking at those 2 thresholds.
Thank you for confirming that. Yes, you are correct. So initially, any sites below 0.4 hectares were discounted as set out in the site selection methodology. Anything 0.4 hectares or above initially went into the pool of sites to be assessed for all traveller communities. And then there was an assessment made that any sites that were a hectare or below were discounted. However, we did put forward any sites below that site size threshold where we knew they may be available, so public sites or private sites. However, those sites were at a later stage discounted due to availability. So I suppose the reason why we put forward the sites of a hectare or above, as you've set out, was because the evidence from the accommodation assessment was pointing towards public sites as the delivery mechanism. And our evidence from those who manage council-run sites is that a capacity of about 20 pitches is manageable. So we felt the strategy wasn't to go for, in that respect, a number of smaller sites that were publicly run, because they wouldn't be able to be delivered from a management point of view. And then in terms of the suitability assessment, stage 3C, I'm just going to bring that up so I've got it. Just to find it. Stage 3C, so Gypsy Traveller, Travelling Showpeople Site Assessment. So I suppose that just reiterates the point about site size, and that follows the strategy of public sites being above a hectare or more due to management purposes. And then other bullet points of how we've assessed that. And then the next, I suppose, crucial element is the ownership. So we did screen out sites that weren't owned by the council on the basis that they were unlikely to be deliverable. However, we didn't take that approach unless we knew a site maybe was available and it was privately owned.
Sorry, I left the microphone. Obviously, you've seen my questions, well before this hearing session. Based on those questions you've seen, and obviously our discussion this afternoon, have you had a chance to reflect perhaps on those thresholds and as they apply?
Yeah, so just to confirm, we have discussed this ahead of the hearing. So we would accept a case for a different approach for Gypsy and Traveller sites, given that smaller sites might be needed, and that would give the possibility of the flexibility we talked about of meeting the need in the first 5 years and beyond through the planning applications coming forward. So yes, we would accept a case for a different approach for Gypsy and Traveller sites.
So I'm assuming then that would involve looking at the sites that were sifted initially, sometimes less than 0.4. Well, just thinking private sites, I'm assuming can sometimes just be 1 or 2 households, can't they? And then obviously looking at the stage 3 again critically as well. So it would be both of those.
Yep, understood.
Okay, so I will note that down then as an action point, so you'd be basically just revisiting those and appraising those sites again.
Sorry, could I just confirm, is that sites that are between 0.4 to 1 hectare or sites below 0.4 hectares?
I guess, yeah, that was my question really. So, I mean, yeah. So 0.4 equates to 10 dwellings, doesn't it? So I guess I'm interested in the council's view in terms of what would be the sort of like the cut-off point for that you would see a private site being that's able to accommodate just perhaps 1 or 2 households.
Okay, understood. We could go and have a review of that. Yep.
So my assumption is it could well be less than 0.4, but I'm not sure what it would be. Okay, thank you. Moving on then to the second bullet point, which is have all potential site options in the greenbelt been assessed. So if you could just update me on that.
So yes, we did look at options in the greenbelt that were in line with our spatial strategy. So brownfield sites in the greenbelt. Just to reiterate, no other suitable sites were put forward in the call for sites other than Hesley Wood, but I'll come back to that. So we did assess Norton Aerodrome, which is site allocation SS17, and that was because it was part of a wider, part of the wider council strategy, but was discounted as set out in the Planning for Travellers topic paper, as it was required for strategic housing option. Just one more point on that site. Bear with me. Also, another point on that site is that the site was proposed for a mixed-use site, and it would not be available solely for delivery as a traveller site. In fact, excuse me, I've muddled up my sites there. So the former Norton Aerodrome site, SS17, was assessed as part of Gypsy and Traveller site search because it was included in the council spatial strategy. But that particular site was discounted because it was required for a strategic housing site option. And then my second point that I made for Norton Aerodrome, which I meant to make for Hesley Wood. So this site was put forward through the call for sites, but as an employment mixed-use site. So it was shortlisted as part of our site selection work because we knew it was available, but it was discounted at a later stage. Excuse me, it was put forward for travelling show people, the Hesley Wood site. So they're the two options we did look at in the greenbelt.
So they were the only two brownfield options that were put forward to you or the council own in the greenbelt then?
That's correct, although Hesley Wood is not a brownfield site in the greenbelt. It's a but it was the only site put forward to us in the call for sites. But it was later determined it is not a brownfield site in the greenbelt.
Okay, I'll come back to Hesley Wood in a minute then, just to confirm then, so in terms of greenfield options in the greenbelt, the council didn't appraise any of those. And secondary question to that, are there council-owned greenbelt sites available in the greenbelt?
So on your first point, we did not assess any further greenbelt sites, greenfield greenbelt sites. And then your second point, do the council have any greenfield greenbelt sites? So none that we know are deliverable because there is no funding available to deliver those sites.
So that's the funding for a public site. But does the council own any greenfield greenbelt sites?
Yeah, the council does own land in the greenfield sites in the Greenbelt, yes.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. So moving to Wesley Wood then, obviously I can see that you have... Sorry, do you want me to pause?
Sorry, Ma'am, just to confirm back on your previous point. So, yes, the council does have greenfield sites in the Greenbelt. However, through the call for sites, the council as landowner did not put forward greenfield, Greenbelt sites through the call for sites. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So then looking at Hesley Wood, you obviously confirmed it's a greenfield site, but it had been put forward to yourselves for the call for site, so therefore you appraised it. And then I can see that within your evidence base, you have effectively ruled it out, haven't you, as a viable option on the basis, now to obviously confirm, if I'm wrong, please confirm, but just on the basis of the strategy for general market housing, is that right?
I'll just have one moment to confirm.
Yep.
It's on page 28 of the topic paper.
Yeah, perhaps if I can just clarify that. So that the site at Hesley Wood was only put forward on the basis that it was a mixed-use site, so a combination of the site for travelling show people plus an employment site. So that was the basis of the call for sites. Basically, the site was put forward by Ruler Developments.
So then it was not taken forward, obviously, for an employment part either. And was the offer only there if both of those parts were to come forward?
Yes, it was, yes.
Okay, so effectively you're saying... Sorry, do you want me to pause? So effectively, you've said that the traveller section, well, in your topic paper, you're saying that the travelling show people section of that site, you don't think is appropriate or suitable because of the strategy for housing. So effectively, that's the reason for rejection in there. Can you just confirm for me the reasons why it wasn't taken forward in terms of the Greenbelt release for the employment section, that you saw that as inappropriate as well?
Yes, when members advised on their preferred spatial approach in February 2022, their preference was to take forward option 3, which was sustainably located brownfield sites. As this is not a brownfield site, it didn't fall within that option 3.
Thank you. Going back then to your reasons for rejecting it based on the general housing strategy, can you just talk me through that? Because I think I'm just a little bit confused, because obviously I appreciate that's your general housing strategy, but the needs of the travelling show people community and the Gypsy and traveller community are are quite different, aren't they? And you've effectively already recognised in your topic paper that, for example, sites within district and local centres, centre of town, etc., aren't generally suitable for those uses. So isn't it the case that they do have a different strategy in terms of the location?
Yeah, I think I just have to sort of reiterate the point I made before, really that this was only being put forward as a mixed-use site by the landowners, so it wasn't a deliverable option to just bring forward the site for travelling show people on its own. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Can you just clarify for me, how did the Hesley Wood site perform against Greenbelt purposes?
Bear with us while we bring back the Greenbelt review.
Yeah, I think I've got it up here, Ma'am. It's so yeah. If you refer to Appendix 7 in the Greenbelt review, it shows the map of resultant parcels scoring strongly against purposes 1 or 2, and Hesley Wood is identified as one of those sites scoring strongly against purposes 1 or 2.
Is there a site reference number? Because it's all done on site reference numbers, isn't it, in the Greenbelt review? Is there a relevant site number for me?
I'll just have to blow it up.
Yeah, on the Greenbelt review on the map, you do have to zoom in quite far, but it's labelled as S03856.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, just to clarify, that's on the map that's part of Appendix 7.
And then, in terms of a site, an essay appraisal for Hesley Wood, is that anyway? Because I couldn't see it in Appendix 3 in the site selection methodology. I don't know if I've missed it. Could you just direct me to that?
I think in advance of somebody else finding it in the site selection methodology, it's in the appendix that relates to the assessments of the Gypsy and Traveller sites, rather than the main appendix. Bear with me a moment. Yeah, so unfortunately it's changed reference numbers at some point in the past. So in on page 64 of CD 56, you can see the analysis that was carried out on that site as part of the site selection specifically for Gypsy and Traveller travelling show people sites. And it's listed there as S04639.
Thank you for confirming that. I just had then a question about, there's another site, isn't there, was rejected, for the former Joseph Glover Public House site. So going back to your topic paper, page 28, you're saying it was ruled out owing to concerns with respect to social cohesion. Can you just give me a little bit of background to what you mean by that?
As part of the initial site selection process, when we produced the short list of sites that we thought we could take forward, we spoke to the police in relation to a couple of those sites, and there were specific issues with that site in relation to antisocial issues in the area, and the advice that came from the police was that wouldn't be something that they would encourage us to take forward as an allocation.
Thank you for that. Moving on then, I think, to the third bullet point. So the evidence reasons for the non-availability of council-owned land. So obviously I can see in the topic paper there's quite a lot of council site options stated to not be available. Quite a few sites appear to be being delivered for affordable housing. Just wondering why there are sort of none on there that would appear for the Gypsy and Traveller delivery.
So yes, you're correct. A lot of council-owned sites were considered through the site selection methodology. However, as stated before, no council sites were put forward specifically through the call for sites for traveller use. And another point to make is that sites are only able to be made available for that use if there would be funding available for delivery, which there isn't at this present time. So as set out in the topic paper, the decision was made that those sites would be used for housing use as opposed to traveller use. Thanks.
Thank you. And then the final bullet point under 18, why is direct access to a strategic road necessary for Gypsy and Traveller sites? Obviously recognising that with travelling show people, they do have larger equipment, and I could see the link there.
Yes, so we'd like to clarify, so where we refer to strategic roads, we actually mean main roads, so it's a definition error. So when the assessment was so the strategic road network has a specific meaning and only applies to the M1 and A616 in Sheffield. So obviously that'd be rather restrictive as part of our site search. So we have put forward a proposed modification to the map and key and glossary, which is GC15 and GC16. So as part of the actual site selection work, what we really mean was access to the main roads, i.e. A roads. Yeah, so because of the reason for not taking caravans through estate roads and housing roads. So we do have further explanation of this, which we didn't put in the topic paper that set out the methodology that we used.
If you can just talk me through your definition then of a main road.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Just give me one second. Yeah, I think if I've interpreted your question, are you asking is what we actually meant when we did the assessment by a main road? Yeah. So just to be clear, we use this as part of our wider planning assessment, so no sites specifically were ruled out due to their access to main roads. But in terms of what we mean by a main road, so it looked at how accessible a site is from, we've put strategic road network, but what we really mean is a main road, which I'll talk through on the next section. So we use road classifications to determine how suitable each road type is to accommodate travellers' vehicles. So, for example, a site would be more suitable if there was direct access or accessed via a B road rather than access via unclassified road through a residential area. And we took into consideration the types of vehicles that travellers need, and this falls into two distinct categories based on whether they are using their site for a business base or not. So sites used as a residential base tend to use larger articulated vehicles like caravans, whereas business-based sites tend to use larger heavy goods vehicles. But in terms of what we mean by main roads, we use the road classifications of A roads, B roads, C, and then unclassified. Thanks.
Sorry, I was just so busy looking then. Can I just confirm if I heard correctly? So you're saying that direct access via a B road was what you were looking for? And then...
So we looked at three stages. So we looked at direct access onto an A road, or direct access to an A road via a B road, and then similar via a C road to B road onto an A road in terms of the location of the site. But this was all part of the wider planning assessment. So no sites were ever ruled out specifically on that basis, but it was part of our wider judgment for each site as part of the planning assessment.
Okay, thank you. So I was just struggling to find the right page in the topic paper. Could you just take me to it where this is discussed?
So it's not discussed. So the only place we refer to incorrectly to strategic road networks is 3C of the site selection methodology. We do refer to it, I'll just find it. Excuse me. Thank you. Beat me. So we haven't set out, I suppose, what I've just explained, so the detailed assessment of the A road, B road, C road.
Can you just clarify for me what you mean then when it's taken into account? So it's taken into account within the planning assessment of the sites, but you didn't actually use it as a sole, or is it not used as a sole reason? Is that what you're saying? Because obviously in Appendix 4, you've got it as a sort of, it appears as a key issue.
That's right, it does, along with other indicators such as policy area and the site size and the ownership. So it was considered alongside those other considerations, and if, for example, there was buildings on a site or the topography of a site. So it was a key indicator, but sites were never purely ruled out on that basis.
So turning then to the topic paper where you've got your reasonings set out. So I can see obviously that reason appears in a number of options. There's quite a few the planning assessments where it appears as the only reason, if I'm reading it correctly though.
Yeah, that is the case. However, I think it's the way that the assessment's been presented, because it's only a small space, so it wasn't the only reason the site was excluded, but because this just gives a summary, it was just put forward in the topic paper. But each site has a slightly more detailed assessment, because this just provides a summary.
No, I appreciate that. So just looking at page 22, just for an example, former Hazel Barrow School, Jordanthorpe, and it scores yes for everything along the line, so positive, so suitable, more suitable, apart from direct access to a strategic road, which is no, and then it says vehicular access constraints from Jordanthorpe Parkway, etc., for larger articulated lorries required for travelling show people use. So it appears to me, obviously I haven't got the full assessment in front of me, but it appears there's another one on page 25 that literally just Algar Place says no direct access to a strategic road is the reason for the site removal.
I think, if I may, I think as Ellie said, some of these assessments, they're fairly simple summaries. I think the site in Jordanthorpe, through officer discussions, as we were running through assessments, there was professional judgment made around different sites that perhaps isn't reflected in some of these assessments. Certainly the Jordanthorpe one, for similar reasons as the Joseph Glover one, we had some concerns around community cohesion in that part of the city. The second site that was mentioned is one of the Sheffield Housing Company sites, so that was already sort of allocated and planned for a different housing use. So I think the issue that we've got here with some of these sites is it's perhaps a bit of a simplistic explanation, but there was various meetings and officer meetings, some of which will be minuted, I'm sure, that sort of put a layer of professional judgment on the sites that we were considering and what we should or shouldn't take forward in terms of shortlisting sites.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, I think that probably then takes us on to item 9. So this is looking at the actual policy in the plan. So policy SP1 and policy H1 as well. At the moment, the targets, the pitch targets, plot targets are talked about in paragraph 5.9 themselves, aren't they? Rather than being specified in a policy. So my question to the council is this something that you might be open to considering then, whether they should be in a policy somewhere rather than in just supporting text?
Yeah, certainly this can be included as a modification.
Have you thought about which of the two, because obviously you've got two effectively strategic policies relating to housing, haven't you, SP1 and H1. Have you thought about which one you think it would sit better in?
Our initial view is it would probably sit better in policy H1 as the housing policy.
Okay, thank you for that. So, yes, I think I'd probably agree with that. It probably does make sense to put it in H1 if you're going to put it anywhere. The other aspect I would say is that I think there probably would need to be a separate figures for Gypsy and Travellers and then Travelling Showpeople, obviously the pictures and then the plots, and to make it really clear what the total is over the whole plan period. So, just to clarify.
Yep, understood. Thank you.
Okay, moving on then to the next agenda item. And this is the other proposed modifications to traveller wording in policy SP1 and H1 as set out in the council's hearing statement. So firstly, you've obviously proposed some changes to paragraph 5.9. So the issue, obviously, the 15... I think the 15 pictures that's not correct anymore, is it? Because there's a different figure we've talked about, obviously, in your hearing statement. Is that right?
Yeah, the 15 was when we were using the previous definition of Gypsies and Travellers in the PPTS.
So, yes, obviously, if it's being inserted in H1, so then obviously you'd need to probably revisit the whole of 5.9 just so it fits together. But I think I'll just obviously leave that with you. Then you've suggested the terminology change in policy SP1 and H1 to refer to plots, not yards, and I would agree that is necessary for soundness, because obviously plots and yards are very different things. So that would make sure that the policies are effective. Then you have talked about description changes to refer to gypsy and travellers and travelling show people in SP1 and H1, and I would agree, again, that's necessary for soundness, because obviously it's about the needs of all those groups. So those changes would be then added to the running schedule of potential main modifications. Okay, do you have any questions on what I've just said there before I move on?
No further questions.
Okay. So I think in terms of just drawing together in terms of my conclusions of what I've heard based on this afternoon, I think one of the issues I'm going to have to deliberate on is just firstly whether your GTAA is robust and fit for purpose. I mean, obviously you have recognised, well, you've said that you're on a 5-year cycle, but there's a reason for a 5-year cycle for reviewing it. It's obviously based on data from 2018, isn't it? You've recognised that the 5-year need period is obviously out of date because it's the year 2024. The other, I think, significant drawback is it obviously focuses very much just on the 5-year period. It has what it terms indicative figures for the year up to the year 2034 and no figures at all for 2034 to 39. Obviously, you've done your rough estimate in your hearing statement where you've just projected using the household formation rate, growth rate, but they are indicative, effectively, figures. Obviously, there's the recommendation within there for public site tenure only, but we've obviously discussed that just now. But I think I just need to take it away and reflect on that whole issue. And then secondly, your approach to site selection. Obviously, you've recognised and agreed to undertake some action with small sites, so the sifting that took place at the initial sift stage, stage 2, and then stage 3C. You've agreed to look at that and to reappraise some of those small sites that were initially excluded. So thank you for that. The other aspect, though, that I'm probably going to ask you to look at as well in that mix is that you have obviously looked at the greenbelt sites, the brownfield greenbelt sites, but not greenfield, and you've acknowledged that there are some council-owned sites that might be in the mix. Whether there are perhaps, I don't know whether there are any others put forward in the call for sites that are greenfield in the greenbelt, but I would ask the council just to look at that again as part of the reappraisal when you're looking at the small sites. Do you have any comments on that aspect?
No further comments, thank you.
Okay, so effectively there will need to be a little bit of work to be done on those small sites and potential greenfield, greenbelt sites. The other aspect is obviously that there is a shortfall in the identified supply and a complete absence of 5-year supply for gypsy and travellers. So effectively we have the advice in the PPTS, so the plan has a significant shortcoming in that aspect, so it's something I'll obviously need to look at. Now, obviously, if it is possible to have potentially some plans that don't make any provision for gypsy and travellers because there might be very, very clear evidence that there are simply no available suitable options. I have seen plans where that's the case, so I'm not sitting here saying actually you're just going to fail because there are no sites, but there needs to be really clear evidence that all sites have been appraised, all potential options have been looked at. There are simply no available sites that could be developed and could be allocated in the plan. So I think that links to the work I've asked you to do, really, just looking at all of those potential site options, the smaller site options, to then enable me to make a decision on whether the shortfall is a critical issue or not. Does that make sense? Yeah.
It does, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So at the moment, I'm obviously unable to make that decision without that evidence, but that decision would come later. Okay, so I don't think I've got any other questions. Is there anything the council wanted to say? Any final comments?
No, nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow.